What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Hey, 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 hey. How's everybody doing? Happy Wednesday. What's going on, Cruiser? All right, now listen, y'all jump on in because we got a lot to talk about, but I can't hold you long. I got caught in the morning, got to be on the bench, and I'm telling you, I'm going to sleep. Hey, Reverend, how y'all doing? Listen, we had a wonderful, hey, Dionysia West, we had a wonderful day today. Our Head Start program is overseen by Bolivar County Community Action Agency, and today was the showcase of the band. And it was nice. I was able to be there and attend this year and was able to live stream it. So if y'all want to see some of our local high school and community college bands, y'all just go over to my Facebook page. I live streamed it, so it's up and it'll be up for the next 30 days. Hey, Nisi, little housekeeping. I've been getting, listen, y'all, I don't know what YouTube is doing with my channel, but they show messing with it. And I gotta send something to the support system to find out what's going on, what's happening, because I got a many of you all who made comments telling me on some of the other streams that you all didn't receive the notification, didn't know that a live had been done. And so I was telling a few of them that I've heard of this before, and what I've heard other commentators tell their subscribers is to unsubscribe and then subscribe back and hit the bell, and that will usually fix it. Okay. But I am going to reach out to YouTube to find out what's going on. And I used to get a notification every time you all left a comment on any video. I would get a notification that the comment had been made so that I could respond. It helps with engagement, and I like to engage. Y'all know this. Well, I haven't been getting it. So I was looking at one of my live streams, and I don't know how I ended up where I ended up, but I ended up somewhere. And in ending up where I ended up, I saw all these comments. I'm like, what in the world? My people are used to me responding to their comments, doing something, giving them a heart, hitting a like, or responding. And y'all, I want to apologize. When I saw this, I started responding to as many comments as I could. And I will try to figure out how to get back there to finish responding. But understand and know this, it is not your YouTube pastor not responding to members of the congregation. YouTube is tripping, and I'm going to reach out to them and figure out what's going on so we can fix it and get back on track as we were. Okay? Hey, Overcomer, I am sick. Hey, Daphne. Tallahassee. Oh, shucks now. All right. I went to FAMU homecoming one year when I was at Alcorn. Y'all do it. And when y'all done did it, y'all turn around and do it again. At least that's how y'all was doing it when I was down there. Like, when was I down there? Between 89 and 94, but I don't think I went to FAMU. It was 93. Yep, that last football year, I said I was going to every game. We were going to everything. And everything, I was going to everything. And some folks was going to FAMU. And I went to FAMU. We had a wonderful time. Yes, we did. But I declare, when y'all done did it, yes, y'all turn around and do it again. Okay. All right. So I gave y'all that update. Y'all spread the word, and I'll try to remember to say it again at the end of the live so that as new people come in. So y'all do me a favor now. Help me out. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Even though I know a lot of people don't like to share, man, hit the share button for me. Help your YouTube pastor out because I'm not sure what's happening. And maybe I'm not getting enough likes on the video to push us through the algorithm. So y'all, come on. If I got 24 folks in here that I can see and know, then I need 24 likes. And if you just slid in and you don't know and you want to hold your light, hold your light. But just hang in there with me. I promise you, you're going to feel comfortable in giving. Because we fixing to talk about it. Now, I want to tell you all, first of all, that I didn't know all this was happening and going on. I told y'all, your YouTube pastor got a real job. I am a real judge. I am on the bench for real. I'm in a real courthouse, not a movie TV set scene. I am in a real courthouse sitting on a real bench making real life decisions that affect children and families. And I've been humping. I've been humping. People been in and out due to health issues and different things. And so it has slowed things and bagged things up. So we have been humping, trying to keep up and get caught up. So I have overlooked a lot, but also I learned today that I ain't really missed a whole lot. A lot of this stuff got started in these private chats in the Patreon and in the members only stuff. And somehow these things were said in privacy and it ended up out on these internet streets. And when it came out in one spot on the internet streets, it kind of took it. And now it then turned into what it's in. Now, I noticed something. One more housekeeping matter. If we're gonna go ahead on and talk about it, then we're gonna jump into what I really want to talk about, and I think y'all really want to hear, and that's the church house mess, the YouTube church house mess, because that's what it is. When you finish with it, now I know what y'all gonna say. I know this y'all gonna take. No, Judge T, this not no mess. Whether it's church in the brick and mortar, as Pastor Bishop Jordan would say, or if it's church out here in the clique in the order, it ain't mess. It's involving feelings and emotions and people's heart being broken and people being it's mess. Hey, Sherry Perry, it's mess, y'all. I'm gonna show you. All right, couple of housekeeping things, and then we're gonna go. This channel is a channel where we discuss church stuff, church issues, things that's happening with church and church people and church things. But we also talk about things that's happening out in the real world, celebrities and whatnot. In the midst of talking about these things, whether they be things that are serious or things that are just hilarious, we're going to laugh here. If you can handle that, come on in and hang out with us. If that's not your thing, then we understand. We bid you adieu, and we hope that maybe when we come back in another live or drop another video, you may feel comfortable with jumping in on the live or watching the video. And I hope that you will at least give yourself an opportunity. Yeah, I knew something was going on. I'm like, I'm dog. Where am I dog? The light on? Oh, the light ain't on. Lord have mercy. So, hey, Mary Jackson. Daphne said the YouTube church house mess involving emotional distress and trauma. I told you we're going to laugh. We're going to Daphne, this is what we going to do. We finna pay attention to Tyler Perry. That's what we finna do. We finna turn our attention to start watching Tyler Perry, because I declare if one of his Netflix shows that he got to give is titled The Black Church, Emotional Distress and Trauma, that thing we suing. We got to record it right here. Now one of these words need to be in none of his titles. Vancouver, Washington, well, we are so glad to have you here, Miss Mary Jackson. Baby, I am just thankful and appreciative that you came across our channel and decided to hang out with us. I think you're going to enjoy yourself. Please hang in there. Give us a chance. I appreciate you so much here. God bless you, darling. All right. So that's that one housekeeping. On the last live, y'all, I forgot. We ran out of time and I forgot the last story for tonight, for that night. And that was a pastor scandal. Lord have mercy. A pastor scandal. And I wanted you all to know about this situation. And I wanted to know what you thought about it. Now, the lady would not give the name of the pastor or the location of where they were because she felt like if she told us where she was, at least the local people would know who she was talking about, and she just couldn't bring herself to let anybody know what she had witnessed, what she seen with her own two eyes. And I believe that once we see this, we may have a semblance of an understanding of why we are going to talk about and continuing to see, in my personal opinion. Now, I told y'all the church is going to be good. I think I said this in the last live, one of my lives here. I said the church is going to be fine. The church has gone through these stressors before. You understand? We have, the church has its seasons like everything and everybody else. All right. And somewhat the service may change, the way the delivery, the way the word is preached and delivered may change, but it's still all the same. You had hirelings and you got hirelings now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The church has been through this before. Yeah, yeah. You had preachers that was about the money then, and you got them now. So the church is going to survive. God has already told us it don't matter what happened, what come, what go. Not one tittle of the word is going anywhere. Heaven and earth can pass away, but the word of God shall be. So there it is. Hey, Deborah. Hey, darling. How you doing? Yay! All right, she got her notification tonight. Man, Deborah, there's a lot. There's a lot on the channel. I admit I don't come often, but we've come enough and got some good content. And lately, I've been here. I'm committed, y'all. As often as I can be, I'm going to be here with you all, giving y'all content, having conversations out here in these YouTube streets. Okay. Hey, Princess K. I know that's right. Judge, Pastor, Esquire. Glad you here, darling. This is my first time. I just didn't know that you had been on in a while. Oh my God, Mary, I've been here for a minute. Yeah, I've been here. But I think I'm going to have to continue. I got to keep a rhythm. I think that may be it so that the notifications continue to go out. And I'm going to do my best to do that. I got another computer. This computer, everything is, now listen now. Your YouTube pastor knows some technology, but I'm not all of this type of I don't know all of this. So I'm doing the best I can. That slows me down a little bit because I gotta learn every little thing. But the thing about it is, I'm okay with it. I'm gonna do what gotta be done to be here for you guys and to bring you all what the Lord has blessed me to give. And so it may take me till my dying day, but we're gonna get there. We gonna get there. I want to thank Bad Church Disease. He's going on live. He came in way early and told me to have a good live. But he's gonna do live at the same time. I didn't know because if he was doing his live, I probably wouldn't be on here. I probably would have postponed this thing till Friday so that I could see what he had to say because everybody's talking. That's going back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. Yeah, that's what they doing. But Mad Church, y'all, he told me he was gonna bless me with muted. I'm unmuted now. Am I unmuted now? Am I unmuted now? I think I'm unmuted now. Y'all can hear me now? Well, I just wanted to show y'all that. Can I hear y'all say something? This thing taking okay, good. So yeah, tell Mad Church. Y'all go over his live if y'all switching back and forth between us, or when y'all go over there to review what he got going on, will y'all bless him real good for me because he blessed me. And he didn't have to do it. Uh he don't owe me nothing. I mean, we just talk and follow each other on YouTube and support each other, but he don't owe me nothing. Ain't no backdoor deals or nothing like that. He saw a need and wanted to fill it, and he did. And I want y'all to go over there for me and bless him real good. Let him know. So, man, we appreciate you. Good dude. You good people. You good people. You good people, Marcellus. Y'all do that for me now. Do that for me. I appreciate him so much as he did not have to do it. Sound like the Lord, Danny. He didn't have to do it, but he did. Praise God. Yeah. And I'm going to learn how to fix it. I plugged it in and had it going and thought we was good to go and I was ready to use it. And then I don't know what had happened. The videos I had set up that I'm going to show y'all, I couldn't play them. So when I turned the camera off and unhooked it to the computer, the video started playing. So I'm sure there's something I got to go in there and undo or connect to the cameras to make sure everything works with the camera. But I need a little time to play with it and figure it out. But we're going to get it up and running. That's right. Let's welcome our sister back home. What? Y'all all right? Hey, Maddie, how you doing? Good to see you, baby. All right, we good to go? We good? Hey, Jay Parrish. Rev, I'm back. I still don't got, oh, yeah. Y'all told me that. I got the sound. I'm back. Yeah. All right, y'all can hear me now. Okay, good. Okay, so let's get into it, okay? I want to talk about this pastor's scandal. Again, she won't tell us the pastor's name or where they are, but I want y'all to hear what she saw him do. We're going to talk about it. Okay, that is wrong. And if I can get through them, I may drop the link in and give y'all an opportunity to come up, those that want to, and say a little something. We're going to see how we go. Hey, Baba Baby in the house, baby. Well, let's get into it. We finna talk tonight, y'all. I'm telling you, I'm feeling good. We had a good day. My sister met me halfway with my oldest godchild. And no, he ain't the oldest, he the middle. A middle godson from college. He came home for fall break. Everything went well. It just been a good day. It's just really been a good day. I can't do nothing but say to God be the glory for the good things he has done. This has been a good day. No negativity at all on no front, y'all. So I'm in a good mood. So let's get in it. All right, let's get in it. Now we got this preacher who done something he ain't had no business doing. He ain't had no business doing. Low down, there that dog. I'm just telling you. Just low down there. Just low down and dirty. Now, this video is coming from Henry and Monique. Now we've used their videos before, and this video and all videos tonight that we use are going to be used for the purpose of commentary, conversation, and education. Okay, and I'm serious. That's what this whole live we're going to be doing. Yes, I'm going to be giving commentary, but this is going to be some education going on up in here. And my hope and my desire at the end is that I can get an opportunity to speak and have Bishop Jordan to come on and do a live with me. Not to berate him, not to gotcha him. I'm not interested in that. But and not really interested in having a conversation with him about the back and forth he got going on with Larry. But what I have seen going on backwards and forth between all of them, it has caused a hunger for understanding the prophetic. I got questions about the prophetic. Y'all got questions about everybody, and I got it. We're going to get into it. But I got this. I ain't never had a hunger for the prophetic like I got one now. Like I got one now. And Larry said that Bishop Jordan was America's black prophet. And now he's saying he's a master manipulator. Let's get into this, and we're going to get into that. We are going to get into all of that. The issues, the fussing, the fighting, the whatever that's going on with everybody involved, including our friend Mad Church Disease, Mr. Marcellus, which he ain't got no problem. And he told us that only yesterday. St. James has gotten himself wrapped up in it. Now, he said he ain't wrapped up in it. The other people that wrapped him up in it. I just want to have a conversation with Jordan about the prophetic. And I'm going to be honest. If he said, hey, I'd love to have a conversation with you, but not on live, my response would be absolutely okay with me. I just need some answers to my questions because I am so thoroughly confused. I'm so confused. But anywho, let's watch this. Now, this is coming from Henry and Monique. Okay. And the title is Caught the Pastor in the Act with His Son. Did y'all hear what I say? The title of the video is Caught the Pastor in the Act with His Son. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. All right. Let's take a listen.
I didn't know whether I wanted to voice this or tell anybody this story, the experience I went through the weekend, but I got to get it out, y'all. I got to get it out. So I was invited to this cookout over the weekend. I drove like 2 hours to the cookout spot, and it was at a pastor's house. So I got there, meeting everybody, sitting around, blah blah blah, just talking and whatever. I knew some of the people that was there from the church because he travels from where he lives to the town I live in. So, y'all, lo and behold, probably about an hour after I got there, I asked his wife where was the restroom.
Mm-mm.
So,
Mm-mm.
y'all,
Mm-mm.
I had trouble finding the restroom
Mm-mm.
because their house
Mm-mm.
is big, huge, huge. So I went in.
Let me tell you what you don't do. You don't have people over to your house, and when they need to go to the restroom, You just say this, that way. You do that in a house where there ain't nothing to see. when when you don't got expensive stuff laying around, when you don't have nothing going on, it's just dead in the house and ain't nothing expensive laying around where people can see it, access it, and that kind of stuff. That way you can point and the people don't know where you point to, but they know if they just go over here, they'll find a bathroom. You don't do that. Because I ain't never seen where someone asked where the bathroom was at a function at somebody's house and they was able to hit the right room without somebody that knows where the bathroom is actually takes the person to the bathroom. But I guess the problem wasn't the fact that she was going to open other doors that wasn't the bathroom. The problem was she found the bathroom. And what was happening on the other side is the problem. Let's continue to watch.
To the house, and I went down the hall. First door wasn't the restroom. Second door wasn't the restroom. But anyway, I eventually found the restroom, and I assumed nobody was in there, in the restroom. Y'all, when I
My bad. She just told us she did go into some other rooms that wasn't her. But that wasn't the problem. The problem wasn't what was in the other rooms. The problem was what was in the bathroom. Help us, Jesus. And let me turn this up. Make sure y'all can hear real good. Okay.
opened that door, the pastor was in there with another
Mm.
man. Yes, he was in there with another man.
They are at the pastor's cookout where the pastor's wife and family is. And she has been invited to come to the house to hang out with the pastor, his wife, their family, their friends. There are people at the house. His wife out there. Nisi, for what apparently the man decided to have going on up in there, he should have been the first one asking for a party. How you know you gonna take this opportunity to do some shady stuff and 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 not take the necessary precautions to be safe, to be discreet, to be private. If you know you having to cook out at your house, and you know you got people coming at your house, and you got this one bathroom that everybody is gonna be using, are you gonna be up in there doing stuff you ain't got no business doing? And then you don't like the dough ninja. Ninja, we ain't locking those now. The wife is right there. I'm in here. In the one place everybody's coming. And we ain't gonna lock the door. The wife knew and let her go back there to expose it. I don't know if the wife knew. I don't know if the wife knew. I don't know if the wife knew. I would hope that the wife did know so that she didn't intentionally send that woman back there to walk in there to see her husband doing the dirty. Brad, Okay. That's what I hope now. I hope she wouldn't have did that on purpose. That don't make a whole lot of sense to me. The problem was what she saw when she opened the door of the bathroom. Yes, it was a problem. What's going on, Matrilla? Just joined a good evening. Good evening. That's clever. Chick, what's going on, baby? The bathroom. Yes. Hey, hey. With extra bump. O'Shea Duke say booty clapping music. Booty popping sound or something say. But who's Sheik's Jesus? Oh, that clever chick. Homosexuality has always been in the church, baby. It tickles me that people act like it's new. It's so much. No, it's not so much. It's always been there. The difference between now and then is people kept it private and in the closet. Yes, and everybody respected the privacy of other individuals. We are just in a season now where people don't no longer want to be in the closet. They're tired. It's crowded and it's dark in there. And they didn't want to be crowded and they didn't want to be kept in the dark anymore. So you have more of them being willing to be outwardly expressive and let you know that they are gay. That's all. The little boy that was running up and down the aisle of the church, when you saw him, you knew that boy was gay and was going to be gay. It just wasn't the church musician and the choir. They always want to put it on the choir director. It wasn't the choir director just by himself. The deacons was gay too. Who you think was sleeping with the choir director? If the choir director was the effeminate one, where was the masculine one coming from out of the church? The pulpit and the deacon board, the ones who masked and was able to display their masculinity while hiding the fact that it's what they're like. Yeah. And social media, Daphne said it right, social media has also made it more available to have those outward expressions displayed. Even the ones back then that were like, I ain't being in no closet. The ones we knew were the ones we could see because that's all we had. We didn't have social media where we had people from California, New York, Africa, Dubai, wherever they are, all over the world, letting us know and us being able to access them, telling us, hey, I'm gay, I'm proud of it, and if you don't like it, that's okay. It don't really have nothing to do with me. You be you, I'm gonna be me. And I assure you, me being me won't affect you, and you being you won't affect me. Cruiser, church don't mind if you had it, which means the church promotes dishonesty. And that is the one thing that has always confused me. And it is the one thing that when people want to bring up this conversation and want to send people to hell, is where I have always taken a stand. This is my position, it's my opinion. If you don't agree with it, that is fine. You do not have to agree with it. It is my opinion. And I got a right to it, especially on my show. But it is an opinion nonetheless. How do we pick and choose, right? How do we pick and choose what we okay with and what we not okay with? All right. If the Bible says that a liar will not tarry in my sight, we say the Bible said that the Lord said that this is, listen, We say this is in the Bible about what God says about his people. A liar will not tarry in his sight. Yet we promote dishonesty. We promote lying. I don't want to know what you're doing. Don't tell me about it. Don't let me see it. We good. But not being truthful about who I really am means that I am deceiving people. But the church okay with that. So you're not gonna go to hell for being a homosexual. I mean, for being a homosexuality. No, 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 no. Because we it's covered, it's hidden. So don't worry about that. But you're gonna bust hell wide open being a liar, being a deceiver. Needs to say to women too. It's all the way around. It's not just the male homosexuality. Lesbians have been in the church house forever. Come on, y'all. We know this. We done heard the stories about well, I'm not gonna call up the name, but y'all know. Y'all know the ones. Y'all know the ones. His wife though. What about his wife though? If the church, listen, if I okay, let's do this like this. Let's go from a pure perspective, okay? A pure perspective. Let's go from someone who truly got a heart to do right by God's people, serve God, okay? If God calls that person to preach, and they want to preach, but they know who they are, they know where their desire lies. It is what it is. And I've been called to preach. I've accepted my calling to preach. The preachers know I can preach. The preachers want me to come and preach because they know I can preach. But you know you gay. The preacher may know you gay. The preacher, the host preacher that's bringing may know you gay too. But as long as you don't display it, as long as no one can look up on you and tell, they're okay. They're okay. So with that being the case, right? With that being the case, I want to walk out God's calling, and He know it. He's just saying, "Hey, the people don't need to know. The people don't need to see." Who was it that lied and said that wasn't their wife? Who was that? They were headed down to Egypt. They got stopped. The king wanted saw this beautiful woman and wanted her, and he took her. But somewhere along the line, somebody said, "Hey, king, ooh, hey, hold up. You know that was that man's wife." And he got mad because he was like, "Hold on now. I don't bring me no bad juju now. Don't bring me no bad juju. Don't bring me no bad juju. I know I can have multiple wives, but I'm not interested in another man's wife." Who was that? Abraham. Abraham. Didn't he lie and say that Sarah wasn't his wife? Didn't he lie? She was his sister. Didn't he lie? Now, why did he lie? Anybody know why he lied? Anybody know why he lied? Why did he lie? Somebody before him had told the same lie, didn't he? Or somebody after him told the same lie? With Pharaoh and then with the king of Ambivalek. He didn't want them to take her. He didn't want them to take her because they was out there just snatching up what they wanted, right? So he felt there was a necessity to lie. And sometimes there are. Look at the harlot that lied and said the men of God, the angels of the Lord, were not in her house. It was a lie, but it's a necessary lie. So what if you are in the position where I have this calling? I know I'm called. Everybody can recognize the call and the anointing of God on my life, but I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to. And for people who say it's a choice, I find it interesting that you say that. Because if someone can choose to be gay, or that does that mean that in actuality you are gay or have gay same-sex attraction, but because you're able to not act up on it, to suppress it, to deny it, and you choose to be straight, you feel like it's a choice? Because I have not yet seen anybody stand up and jump and raise their right hand and say, no, 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 no. Pick me to kill. No, 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 no. Hey, hey, over here, over here, over here. Hey, 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 over here. No, 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 no. Leave them alone. Come get me. Come abuse me. Come discriminate against me. Come and listen. Come and excommunicate me. No, I want it. I want to be kicked out of my mama's house when I can't afford to stand on my own 2 feet. I want to have to live on the street and fend for myself. And one of the ways that is available to me is sex work. So I want my body abused. I want to be beaten. I want to run the risk every night of killing myself, but this is what I got to do if I want to try to eat. Come on, y'all. Cruiser. He was scared they would kill him to legally take her as a wife because if they wanted her, they would take her. And if they had to, hey, you married? You married to him? You married to her? And I know I can't have her because she's somebody's wife. I just kill him and take her. Yeah, it's a live necessity. Wouldn't it be better if we could just pull down all that stuff and let God be God? Let God be God, the deliverer, the savior, the healer, the way maker. Can we do we trust God enough to be God for somebody other than us? Let people be them and let God do the fixing and the changing and the flipping is he not able? He was just able to do that with you. When you told other people to get off you, back up, God is working on you. And it took time for you to walk into your perfection. And I'm not saying that you're perfect, but I mean, you a saint that got issues, but you ain't a straight out sinner, right? God was able to do that for you, but he can't do that for nobody but you. For everybody else, it got to be instantaneous. Change it now, Jesus. You lay hands on them. They don't fall down. Okay? God ain't did nothing. God ain't did no work. The only way God can do some work is if they fall down. Hey, Captain Powell. Hey, Captain Powell. Captain Powell. I don't know. If you unsubscribe and resubscribe and hit the bell, will it cause you to lose your wrench? Are these lies referred to as telling white lies? I don't know that thing. They won't tell me what lie is the necessity lie and what lie is just gonna be the lie that send me to hell. I don't know. I'm just saying I think God is who he says he is. And if we lead them to Christ, he'll fix it. Our job is to lead and point. But we want to do everything else. Woo, come on. Let God be the great wonder. Prince of Peace. I'm telling you, he's still able. There is no big sin or small sin. It's just sin, and we all got some. The same grace my homosexual self wake up with, I want my gay brother and sister to have that same grace. Baby, we all need it. The day you don't need the grace and the mercy of God, brother, I'm going to go that way. Hey, go that. That's the way you looking to go. No, 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 no. I'm going this way. Don't worry about me. I'm not going where you going. I'm going this way. You go that way. I am not sure about that, Judge. Well, hey, I get it. I have no problems with it. But the Bible says this: there is one that will plant, there's another that'll come along and water, but it is God who gives the increase. That's his purview. He does the healing, the delivering. We don't do that. God determines who he wants to heal in the earth. And he determines who he wants to heal by passing them through the earth and bringing them on the other side. That's his decision. That's not ours. We can pray. We stand on our faith. We believe. We claim. We name. We mark it. We stand on it. We march around the hospital 7 times. We do what we got to do. But it's God's will that shall be done in the earth. And that ain't no slack on your prayer. That ain't no slack on your faith. We believe. God tells us to believe and pray. Seek his face. That's what he tells us to do. But the work is up to him. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that the work was up to him? He that had begun a good work in me shall complete it. Hallelujah. Until the come on, that clever chick, and finish the sermon. Come on here, lady. Hallelujah. Let's finish. Let's finish. Let's watch a little more and finish, and then we're going to go on, okay?
And when I say with another man, I mean exactly what I say with another man
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
in the act.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Yes, in the act.
Mm-mm.
Y'all, let me tell you, I closed that door so fast and I ran out the house so fast. I couldn't get out the house fast enough because I was so scared and I was so shocked. So I distanced myself from the crowd because I was trying to sneak off and get in my car and bring my ass back home. Cause damn that, I ain't trying to get into that shit. So I was trying to sneak to my car and get in there, and this girl kept calling me Miss Carrie, I know you ain't leaving yet. I know you ain't leaving yet. And you ain't leaving yet. So I was like, no, I'm trying to get some.
Y'all ever had that happen? Where you trying to slip out and leave from an event and somebody catch you? Not only, uh, we got something to come out. No, don't leave just yet. You ain't leaving now, is you? I just had that happen to me on Saturday. Ooh, I was trying to leave. Not because it wasn't a good event, because it was. I had a great time. I enjoyed the people that were there. I had fun. It wasn't that. I'm telling y'all the truth. I be tired. And do you know that when I get tired, sometimes all I want to do is go to sleep. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that all I want to do is go to sleep? I just want to go to sleep. I didn't want to go to sleep. That's it. I like having a good time, like still hanging out a little bit. But after there was a time when I didn't leave to go out till 9, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11. And now if y'all tell me we ain't leaving till 10 or 11, there's a high probability I ain't going.
Something out of my car. I was lying, right? I said, I'm trying to get something out of my car right quick. I'll be right back
Trying to
over
get
there.
something out of the car.
And then I heard the pastor wife. She told somebody, I'm going to just call this person Eric. She told another female, tell Eric bring those corn from out the house
Oh, who is Eric?
so we can put them on the grill. Tell my son,
Mm-mm.
bring the corn out the house. Tell Eric, yeah. So Eric brought the corn out of the house.
Wait a
Y'all,
minute. Wait a minute, y'all. She said the mama started saying, tell Eric to come on, bring the corn out. Tell Eric. Who Eric? My son, Eric. Tell Eric to bring the corn out. My son. Okay. Eric, your mama said bring the corn out. Y'all know how that's how I go at the cookout, right?
why Eric was the pastor's and first lady's son. Y'all, my stomach got so balled up and I had to use the bathroom so bad because of the nerve in my stomach. Do y'all hear what I'm telling y'all? The man that I caught the pastor in the bathroom with was his son.
Oh,
How sick can a motherfucker
wait,
be?
hold on. Hold on.
And I looked at his wife a long time. And then Eric looked at me. I don't know whether he saw me when I opened that bathroom door, but I know damn well the pastor saw me. Y'all, the pastor was in the bathroom with his own son. Yes, I caught them in the bathroom in the act with his own son. So when Eric brought the corn out and proceeded to start to put them on the grill, I knew it wouldn't be long before the pastor came out. Y'all, if I ain't never run so fast in my damn life, I ran my ass to my car and I got in my damn car and I haul ass. I haul ass. I didn't give a damn but nothing. I ran through the red lights, every damn thing, trying to get my ass away from that damn house and out of that damn town. Because I know the pastor saw me. I know he saw me when I opened that damn door. But how sick can a motherfucker be?
Okay, 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 okay. All right. That is Henry and Monica's channel. And that was the scandal, but not really a scandal because she didn't tell nobody. She just got away and left. I'm assuming that the son was an adult son. I'm almost positive, and I would hope that if she saw the man in there messing with his child, that she would have said something. I think that one of the reasons why she didn't say anything is because I'm sure that the kid was not a kid but an adult. But it brings the question: what is this something that just happened? Is it a blood son? Is it a stepson? Is this a situation where he had been grooming the young man for some time? And this is just a combination of what's been going on for years? We don't know. All we know is this is what she experienced, and it disturbed her so that when she got out of there, she stopped and made the video to talk about what she had just witnessed and what she had just experienced. But I wanted to talk about that in the last live, but it may be more fitting to have talked about it tonight to segue into what we're going to talk about now and just how messed up the church is. What is going on? Because you got situations like this, and we know this is going on. Not only the preachers with their sons, we know, and it's been long going that preachers have been molesting and raping their daughters. We know this. Oh my God, we know this. It, and I'm not going to say that it hadn't been going on with the sons, but it just really became a thing, like in the early 2000s and whatnot, where it became a thing. And I guess one reason why it became a thing is because boys who grew up to be men started talking about it and saying that this had happened to them. And we had to adjust our thinking because although we had somewhat become adjusted to knowing that the daddy will do this with his daughter, because we've had pregnant 11, 12, 13-year-old children by their dad, as a matter of fact. Let's look at this. Let's see. I can find it. I think this may be it. Yep. Look at this. Listen to this short, y'all. This is a short by Ed Hawk Podcast. Ed Hawk Podcast is showing a lady that did a TikTok talk about what she became aware of. Let's listen.
Home because y'all wouldn't bring her to the hospital. Explain to me that. And I also want to know why people are defending the 11-year-old daughter just gave birth at home. Explain to me why you were so shocked when they asked for your DNA.
Let's go
And
back,
it's been
guys.
2 days whose 11-year-old daughter just gave birth at home. Explain to me why you were so shocked when they asked for.
Did y'all hear? This is a TikTok done by a lady who knows this man, who I believe is a preacher. I don't know that to be sure. I don't remember. So we're going to listen to this. But we have this man whose 11-year-old daughter became pregnant. He talked about how shocked he was and how he could not believe that the police was asking him for his DNA. And he just didn't understand why. And she's talking about why and what happened. So let's listen. Oh, Nisi, I'm going to say it again. This gentleman had and his wife, here we go again. The last video we saw was the pastor and his wife, with the pastor having situations with his son. Here we have a man, because I don't remember if it was a pastor, but I think it was, which is why I wanted y'all to see the video. But nonetheless, let's listen. We have a gentleman here who and his wife who have several children, but his 11-year-old, you heard what I said, 11-year-old daughter has come up pregnant, and she had the baby at the house, not at the hospital. At 11, yes, Overcomer, I am 6. Yes, I understand. That's why I played the video of that number over and over again, because I wanted to make sure you all heard it and understood that we were talking about an 11-year-old child. His 11-year-old child has come up pregnant, and she has given birth at home. Now you have to go forward and ask your question. Why would they allow the 11-year-old? What had happened that the 11-year-old had the baby at home? Was it that the 11-year-old had went out and got pregnant, and then she didn't hide it and didn't want the parents to know, and then she went into labor and she didn't know what to do, so she was at the house, and then they found out about it, and then when they found out about it, they called the hospital? Because that's kind of what we're normally used to. That's how we're normally used to hearing about these situations.
For your DNA. And it's been 2 days and the results are in, and come to find out, you are the father of your 11-year-old daughter's child that she just had to give birth at home because y'all wouldn't bring her to the hospital. Explain to me that. And I also want to know why people are defending the mother of this 11-year-old. Oh, because she's pregnant and is like a month behind her 11-year-old daughter in delivery, and she's about to give birth to her 7.
The mama pregnant too.
People are defending the mother of this 11-year-old. Oh, because she's pregnant and is like a month behind her 11-year-old daughter in delivery, and she's about to give birth to her 7th child. Why do we feel bad for her? Because it is very clear that this man was doing whatever he wanted to whomever he wanted, and didn't even wear protection because he really was sure he was never going to get caught, until his oldest of his 6 currently living children who are out of the womb got pregnant with his child. And the neighbor was the one who was calling, not just because the kids and the animals, but like the entire situation she was concerned about. And no one actually intervened until the parents had to call 911 because they thought the 11-year-old was not going to survive delivering that child at home. Even
this is why I want to talk to you all about this. We have a situation where there's foolishness, brutality, illegality is going on in this house. There was dog feces that was in the house, trash. These people were just a menace. Should have had somebody there that probably had someone came. They would have caught this situation early, and this child never would have had to go through being pregnant. The neighbor was calling and saying, "This is happening. Come help." And I'm bringing this. I wanted you all to see this and hear this, because as a youth court judge, I impress upon people, if you see something, please say something. We can't help when we don't know. Now, when I was running for this position, I had people telling me that they were calling CPS, making reports and concern reports about certain situations at certain homes. And they were being told that that's not what they did. And people did not go out. And that failure had some very, very dire and fatal consequences. I changed that environment. I changed that culture. You don't make a determination about a case. I do. I'm the U court judge. Your job is to go out and investigate. If the report comes in, go out and investigate. You don't know if it's a situation that needs our attention or not, and you will never know until you go out and lay your eyes on the situation for yourself. And you should be willing to do it because we are in the business. Our job is to protect children. And how we gonna protect them if we won't even go out and check on the reports that come in? And this lady said that the neighbor had been calling and no one would come. So I want to tell you all, if you see a situation like this, right? And you're making the phone call to police, you're making the phone call to CPS or Child Protective Services or whatever y'all call it, Children and Family Services, whatever it is, and you're making the calls and you don't see anybody coming to check things out, you all can, and I would encourage, call the court. It may take you a few calls to get to the right court, but you let them know that there is a situation, a livable, live situation happening right now across the street next to you. And you have called law enforcement, you have called CPS, and nobody will come out. And you're telling them, I'm telling you, it is a strong belief that children are being abused. And I assure you, that youth court judge, that family master, will make something happen. They will. The police want that DNA done because she gave birth at the house. They will also look at home first. All the time. Why would you bring the child? Listen, she said that the only reason why they called the ambulance was because they thought the child was not going to survive through childbirth. Had she had an easy pregnancy, she'd have had that baby at home. They never would have took that. They never took the child to the doctor while she was pregnant. Not one prenatal care visit. And I'm going to tell you why. This is how we know that there was some shenanigans going on. Because if it was anybody other than a daddy or a brother or an uncle or somebody attached to that family, they would have took the child to the doctor. They would have reported it because your 11-year-old child is pregnant. You no good piece of. She would have got all the prenatal care because you all would have called the police and you all would have ensured that your baby was protected. But these, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to do that. Let me apologize. Let me collect myself. I apologize. Endangering the welfare of children. It's called I'm sorry. It's called incest. That's a crime. It's called rape because 11-year-old can't consent with her daddy. Um, Listen, it could be all those things, and I don't know what it will be. I'm just talking out of my emotion and as your YouTube pastor, not as Judge T. But as Judge T knows that we don't know what. This is all of the story we have. We don't know about any arrest that was made. We don't know about any of the charges that came from it or anything like that. So there are a plethora of ways law enforcement, CPS, and any other agency that needed to be involved can make a decision on what needed to be done. But ultimately, the choices and the decisions are going to be made to protect not only that child, but all of the children. And it would not surprise me if we heard that all of the children were removed, including the child that the newborn baby that the mama had, especially if she was a girl. Because if she was having girls and allowing the dad to then, have relations with them once they became of age or their cycle started, because that's usually, I'm not going to say that's usually, but we have heard that that is a time when some individuals who believe it is okay to have relations with their daughter, that when their cycle starts, that's the time. And so that's allegedly, y'all see it down there and whatnot. This is just that, though, in these situations that we know about, studies and things that they have, data, statistical data, and things that have been collected, it appears that this, whether it's 11 or 13, it is when the child starts a cycle. Oh my God, what have I walked into? Choo. This is more common than we know. An elderly lady at my church told me stories about father who would do this to daughters and then send them to off to have children. Absolutely. In a certain community, it is believed that it is the father's responsibility to be the first man their daughter knows. There is a culture in a particular community that believes this. The wives believe it too and accept it and go along with it and help cover it to ensure that it is covered. This was not supposed to get out. Catherine Powell's on her job. Please subscribe and share, y'all. Hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button for us as you come in. Deanne, how you doing? How you doing? Good evening to you and to the chat. I got here at the right moment because I did not know we can call the courts for these matters. Thank you. Yes, you can. You're not going to talk to the judge, but you just want to provide them with the information so that if for some reason a child comes up injured, hurt, or loses their life, you can attest that no, 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 no. These folks can't say they didn't know. Because I called. And I called this person and that person and this person and that person. So that the family can know, somebody can know that there was somebody out there trying to get these babies some help. We've had situations where the CPS workers just would not do. And I've had to instruct someone. Before I was a judge and on the bench when I was an attorney, I had to instruct someone. Call the judge's office. Tell them I told you to see. I told you to call. And tell them what CPS told you. And one my CPS in my county was another CPS office. But these folks said that it was not neglectful for a mama to take her newborn baby and be hanging out at the crack house. Do y'all think that that's not, yeah, what y'all think about that? Judge, you should do a video on all these parents unaliving their children. What in the world? Overcome them. We had a young lady that had a serious mental health issue. Allegedly, she had gone to CPS and tried to give them the children, saying that she was having issues, and they returned said that she couldn't do that. That's not what they do. And the next thing we know, the children was up in the oven. Allegedly, now. Allegedly. I don't know none of this to be true. This not in my county. This not where I work or nothing like that. I'm not talking about nothing that's going on here. This is stuff that has happened in other places through the CPS. They don't, in every state, it's not called Child Protective Services. It's called something else. So, but this was in another place, but I'm just saying, allegedly, this is what was said to have happened. And when people are in need of help, y'all, we're here to help. Jesus. We weren't going to take the babies, get the woman some help. Where can we put the babies while we getting her the mental health she needs? Tawana said there's this lady that has a YouTube channel talking about her 4 children by her dad. What? He's locked up now, and her mother is mad at her. What? Y'all, look at here. Look at this that's coming out, y'all. Look at the people in the chat that is acknowledging that, yes, where I know somebody where I am. And the church should be addressing this. The church should be fighting this. The church should be on top of stuff like this. And they can't be on top of it because they in the midst of it. You can't fight a devil you carrying in you. Oh God. Did I preach right there? Did I preach right there? Was that a preach right in that spot right there? You can't fight a devil. The devil you trying to fight, how you gonna fight that devil if that's the same devil resting inside of you? Hey, Diana, I lived 5 doors down from a crack house growing up. I knew the kids who had to live through that. It's irresponsible. In Jersey, it's called DCP&P. There is a sickness, a perversion that is overwhelming this country. It's pervasive all over. Ooh, we don't know how to pronounce that. That key Morido. I'm sorry if I butchered that. I said in my last live, man, there is a demonic spirit that is floating through this land. And all of this perversion, all of this death, all of this getting over, taking advantage of, all of this stuff. You cannot reap you can't sow all of this stuff into the earth and think it's not going to come back a bigger monster. If you sow one watermelon seed, one watermelon is not what you get. We're around here sowing divisiveness and hate, and you think you're going to sow that every day and not get nothing back from it? It's just going to be, rainbows and no. In New York, it's called ACS, Administration for Child Services. Okay, T.O., thank you, baby. All right, Juju. Okay, Nisi. I believe I didn't hit it. I believe I didn't hit it. Philadelphia is called DHS. Yes. Yeah, I didn't hit it because I'm telling y'all, if we listen, y'all, this is what we need to be fighting. God is good. He know what he's doing. Because I was going to talk about all this last night, but look how it fit in real well with what we're talking about tonight. Because this is the evil. This is the demon. This is the wickedness. This is the demonic, the divination. All of this stuff is what we're supposed to be fighting. Getting in the spirit. I told y'all last night, y'all, we have got to do it. We got to humble ourselves. We got to seek his face. We got to turn from our wicked ways. Baby, we got to go back down on our knees and tarry at the altar, asking God to heal this land. Y'all better hear me. If you think it's going to come through any other means, you are delusional. When we were praying and tarrying, things were bad, y'all, but they weren't this bad. And everybody can attest to that. And we know that things change. Things got to change. We know this. But they do not have to get worse. The change does not have to be worse. Some change is better. Did y'all know that? Did you know that you can change some things and make things better? It does not have to be change that is worse. But we don't have no church bands no more rolling down in the low end of the neighborhood, making them crackhead mamas put them babies on the bus and give them to us. You ain't finna do nothing with them. We're going to feed them, we're going to teach them, and we're going to bring them home. And while we out doing that, You do what you do. We don't have no more church vans doing that. Going down in the low end and getting the babies from the crack mamas and taking them to church. Oh God. We used to do that. Did y'all know that we used to have churches that had church fans that went down into the neighborhoods, identified the mamas that wasn't able, wasn't ready to do right and for their children? So, hey, you do what you do. We're going to give you time to do what you do. And while you doing that, we're going to take care of your babies. Now, when we get back, we're going to bring him back by 7. When we get back, you be here. And you be ready to open the door and let him in there. We're going to take him for 4 hours. When we get back, you got 4 hours. When we get back, you be here and ready to open the door now. We're going to feed him when we get there. We're going to feed him before they leave. So when he get here, you ain't got to worry about it. He's going to be fed. Oh, God. Y'all remember them days? Anybody remember them days? I remember. Overcome and say, if you sow it, you must reap it. Sean, hey, Judge, look at the leadership in this country right now. It's coming from everywhere, y'all. And it's coming from both sides. It's coming from both sides. And it is breathing death. Every once in a while, you may have a shooting at the local high school homecoming. Every once in a while. I'm not going to tell you we ain't never had one, but they were far and few between. And in one weekend, just about every homecoming that went down was a shooting, and not only a shooting, but a killing. And at one, we had a mass shooting that killed upward around, 10 people? 8, 10 people? Come on here, somebody. You're not going to tell me that we're doing things according to the Lord that is pleasing unto him, and yet death has taken over. And he ain't taking over and taking the old folk that's 80 and 90, blind, can't see. God then preserve them all the way up until the time to take them home. Some old folk can still drive and cook for themselves. They lay down and go to sleep, and that's it. Come on here, Jesus. We're not talking about them folks. We're talking about 18-year-olds, 29-year-old mamas. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. We got to turn. Hallelujah. We got to turn, y'all. We got to turn. Okay? All right. Nisa say, the veil is coming down. Tawana say, and Nisa say, and the community really knew the pastor and deacons in the church. Come on. Come on. Come on, Juju. We all know who probably called CPS and the IRS. Magnolia Brown, I'm turning the corner, and that's where I'm coming. Judge, there is nothing new under the sun. Jesus said in the last days, as it was in the days of Noah and Lot, these are indeed the last days. Bless God. All the days are the last days to those who are in the generation that's dealing with what they're dealing with. I'm telling you, in the 2000s, when we had situations going on, we thought it was the last day. In the 90s, when they were pulling young 18, 19-year-old black men out of the university seats to send them off to the Iraq war, we thought it was the last days. Every day you open your eyes is the last day, because the same day you open your eye is the same day it can close forever. And for you, it's your last day. Now, we should be living our lives like it's the last day, based off that principle, because no man knows the hour nor the day, nor the time that the Son of Man shall come. The other areas of the Bible say he's going to come like a thief in the night. Do you hear me? So we all should be living every day like it's our last day. Loving the Lord with all our mind, heart, and soul, and loving our neighbor as ourselves. But it's difficult to love somebody else when you can't even love yourself. You don't know what love is because you won't even be good to yourself. You won't save money for yourself. You won't ensure that you got enough food to eat for yourself. No, 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 no. You'll take your good money and go buy a good dress, a good outfit that costs $200-300 with a $400 because the whole outfit is a thing, right? You got the dress or pantsuit or whatever it is. You got the shoes. You got to have the jewelry to go with it. That's the necklace, the earrings, the bracelet, the watch. You hear what I'm saying? Then you got to have the right makeup, usually MAC. That's what we're doing now. MAC, okay. And then you got to get your nails did. You got to get your toes did. You understand what I'm saying? You got to get your hair did. Do you hear what I'm saying? When you finish, you probably $500-600 in. The problem is next week is the car note. That's $400. And you don't have it because part of that six you just spent last week included your car note. You can't love yourself. Why would you want to jeopardize and put yourself in a situation where you will have to start walking somewhere where you currently got a way to ride? Am I preaching and teaching to anybody up in here tonight? Or am I just talking to myself? Amen. Say, yes, Judge T, in New York, it was Yogi Bear Church on Saturday. What you say? You right, Judge. If you don't believe, reap what you sow, you should now. Baby, if you didn't believe it before, I don't know how you don't today. My church still have members that are doing that. And those babies have been my students. Some of those babies are grown up and doing well. Those days are not quite over, but we need more churches. Listen to what she said. My church still has members that are doing that. And those babies have been my students. Some of those babies are grown up and doing well. Why? Because they was in God's house. And I understand you may have to take them back and drop them off at the crack house. But they getting some Jesus. And baby, it don't take nothing but the size of a mustard seed. I bet you somebody in here ought to testify about that. Magnolia, I honestly don't believe that anything that he says primarily because he's been calling lies. Okay. 6-1 shooting. We are in some dark days, but if my people, that's overcomer I am 6, that's all I'm saying. Y'all, if there ever was a season that scripture was relevant, it is now. Because I'm telling you, if his people would just turn, seek his face, pray, humble themselves, God gonna hear from heaven, and the Bible says he'll heal the land. And I believe it. He's healed it before. Homecoming turned into a literary home. Homecoming is turning into a literal homecoming. Baby, home going, Nisi, home going. Home going. But I know what you mean. For real, for real though. For real though. You see how now they saying you don't need a degree because they don't have one. Magnolia, they change the rules every time. They need to lower the standards for themselves. When they talk about lowering standards for African Americans that would cause them, they see an African American palate to question. No, baby, you ain't got a question. Because even with DEI just says you're giving an African American an opportunity, but the African American who you're giving the opportunity is the highest, the bestest, the most knowing, the most knowledgeable, the most educated. Baby, what you getting is the elite. And the problem that you have, if we want to talk, and let's talk about it. Here's your YouTube pastor finna preach to you. Baby, the problem ain't DEI and allowing blacks, women, disabled, and anybody else to come in. The problem is no matter who they bring in, and y'all see it they're just because they're black, they're letting anybody in. Ain't nobody told you that. That's an assumption you made in order to make you feel good about standing against a principle that only allows only the elite of the elite to come in. Because we know that not only, especially African Americans, not only do we have to be good, no, 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 baby, we got to be great. Not because we are in competition, truly in a competition with those of our Caucasian brothers and sisters, because in all honesty, we are not. The problem is that the fact that we are not, because when we come in the door, your skills got to come up, your ability got to get better, your intellect got to shine, and you can't. That's the problem. DI ain't working for you because they ain't letting anybody in. They're not letting the boy that was working down at Starbucks for the last 3 years come in and be no goddamn pilot. The problem is because of the way the system is set up to work against anybody who's not white, male, and straight. They got to let in the elite of the elite, the best of the best. And when you letting in us, that most excellent of us, they cannot compete. And this is a generalization. We're not being specific because, of course, this doesn't apply. There are African Americans, Caucasians, Asians, Latinos, Jews, Russians, Australians. We are a melting pot, and there is somebody here in every culture that is the elite of the elite. So there are some wise, smart, intelligent white people, but there's some wise, smart, intelligent black people, and Asian, and Latino, and Jewish, and Italian, and Irish, and anything else you got. Come on, say James. Correct. I have made some folks quit because they couldn't keep up with us. We have to be better. We know we got to be better. They know we got to be better. But you can't compete against our better because you all don't have to. You all live off of privilege and entitlement. And I'm not talking about specifics. I'm just saying it's the way the system is set up. Johnny don't really have to know nothing because Johnny, right, is in business with Mr. Brown. And Mr. Brown owned 16 Taco Bells. So my son got a job. And not only do he got a job, but he's gonna be able to work his way up to manager. And once he's worked his up way up to manager, whether he know how to run a business or not, we're gonna give him one. That's why I ain't never really understood the fight about keeping uh, other people out because you guys are good. It don't really matter what's in place unless you're trying to make room for those whites who don't live up to the excellent standard. But because they are white, you want them to do better than everybody else. So we need to make room for those who cannot compete. And I'm not trying, y'all, please, I am not trying to be divisive. I have just lived long enough, and I'm going to be honest. I have to be. As a judge, I have to be. And there is nobody that's going to tell us with good conscience that is not delusional or not ignorant or not doing some type of conscious dissonance, right? We know that's the system that's set in place. We know how it works. And that's just what it is. And now, to be honest, you have Caucasians that are coming to the forefront admitting that this is what it is. And that's okay. Because I'm going to tell you the honest God truth. I don't know anybody that's in a position of power and control and being able to set a system that works for them that wants to just voluntarily say, you know what? I no longer want the system to work for me. Let it's you can have it. What they do that at? What they do that at? That's why white folks don't want blacks. That's right, blacks to get control because y'all know how y'all treated us in slavery. And your greatest fear is that the day will come when we will be in a position of authority, where we will be in a position of rule, where we will be able to be the kings and the queens running things and saying things and putting things in place. And your greatest fear is that when we finally ascend, when we finally attain, you all feel like we're going to treat you just the way y'all treated us. But here's the thing, ninjas ain't never done it because we know what it's like to be oppressed, because we know what it's like to be ran down, because we know what it's like to have a foot on our neck. We would never do it to anybody else. We never have. With the little authority that we've had in spaces, we never have. And everybody said, you right. Kelly said, head usher number one on the door, Pastor. I'm glad you're here, Kitty K. Glad to have you. Glad to have you on your post. Juju said, you right. We see it every day. They do too. They do too. Yes. Yes. Amen. I enjoy being here. Some of the best conversations on YouTube. Thank you, Judge T. Thank you, Egmatic. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Mad Church, I told the people to go over to your live and make sure they hit you up and blew you up. My camera came today. I can't. Well, no, it came before today, but today was when I could go get it. Thank you, Mad Church. Thank you, Marcellus. I had to set up Marcellus and ready to go, but I had these videos that I wanted to play, and for some reason that I yet cannot explain, the videos wouldn't play when I had the camera hooked up. So I unhooked the camera because that's the only thing I had did different. And the videos came back, like on my YouTube videos that I had set up. They came back and started playing. So it's just something I'm sure that I got to figure out how to do in my computer, and I'm working on it. I worked on it today, but I couldn't figure it out. But you know, a good old Google and a Chat GPT gonna tell me how to fix it. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey, man, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. T. Austin said, okay, Judge T. Chronicles 7:14, my people, which call by my name, will humble themselves. The first Christian martyr told them they were stiff-necked and rebellious and refused to humble themselves. God sent them into exile. You ain't got to take heed, but just understand what you tell your children. You don't want to do what I say do, that's fine. Don't do it. But I assure you, yeah, yeah, the day gonna come when you wish you had. Because there will be consequences and repercussions. Thank you, man, Church. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you so much. I ain't lying. And it looked good. I was like, I'm excited. Yes, we finna do it. And then, but that's okay. That ain't nothing but the devil. But we gonna fix him. Sean, I somewhat agree with you. I somewhat agree with you. Okay, I somewhat agree with you because we do know that the country was built. I like everything was set up. The whole listen, y'all. The whole electoral college system was set up because Southern states did not want just a general popular vote because they were fearful that they were going to lose control. And we may mess around and elect a newly freed slave. So the compromise was to have the popular vote plus an electoral college vote, which would ensure that if the people went way out there somewhere or they wanted to vote for a fascist, right, the electoral college would be the protection to keep such things from happening. So we know that if y'all didn't know that, that's a fact. You can go look. I don't have no particular place to send you because I mean, I know they changing history. And when I say they, I mean them folks that say that we can't have slavery in the school books no more. Like y'all know that you all are aware that people are saying this, right? Okay. If you don't know this, please go read. Please go read. Okay? But to raw. So, anywho, we know that this is a thing. But I'm not going to say that all our L's and wells is because the white man got his foot on our neck. Some of the issues and problems we got is self-made, bro. And it's self-made. We're doing it to ourselves. Ain't nobody doing it to us. Right? Let me tell you what the white man ain't doing. Okay? The white man ain't made you took your paycheck knowing you got bills to pay. But your friend having a birthday party, and ain't no way you can go in there not being fresh. And fresh means I need a new fresh outfit that's gonna run me like I just used this example before. The white man that got his foot on our neck causing us to do that. The white man's foot on our neck ain't got us because our neighbor has got them a brand new car. Ain't no way in the world they finna outdo you. So you going down to the dealership and get you a brand new car. You only had the car, you got 2 years. Which means you still got a note on it. So not only do you got to get another debt, but you got to figure out how to switch and carry over the debt on that old car onto the new car. Now you got a car that originally was $30,000, but because you keeping up with the Joneses, you now got debt of 60. That's more than the house you living in. And y'all say that makes sense. Your YouTube pastor is here to tell you, no, I don't. And that ain't the white man's fault. That is what Thomas Jefferson wrote in Old Manners. He wrote of that fear. But because his children were learning to be tyrants, they could not avoid that fate. He did not know we are not like him. And we're not. Nor will we ever be. God's been too good for us. He's been too good. Gotcha. I definitely will, Mad Church. I definitely will. God bless you, Mad Church. But I assure you, brother, if you had said I owed you a fee, I'd be willing to pay it. I ain't even lying. Because I don't know. And when you don't know, and I know how long it would take me to probably try to figure that stuff out, and that's a lot of wasted time, then you have to pay the people that got the information, that got the knowledge. I know that. I don't have no problem with that. If other people got a problem with that, y'all don't want to read, and then you turn around and don't want to pay the people who did read. And then you wonder why you can't get nowhere. Because you don't know what you're doing. Either save the money and pay the person or pull the book off the shelf and read it. Hey, Inspire, how you doing? Good to see you, baby. SDE, good evening, my sister. Hey, brother. Competition on a board that's been stacked against us for 400 years plus, and we are still standing. Speak to our greatness. White doves always fly high in blue skies, brother. What? What? Andy, blue five. Andy, what you say about them doves, Andy? What you say about them doves, Andy? Andy, I think we talked, and I know you, my frat brother. I think I know that. It's good to see you, brother. Right on, Your Honor. This is the truth about the origin of the electoral college. And I'm just saying, it's out there, y'all. You got to read, though, if you want to know. I know that's right. The white man don't make you not pay your bill. You, you need to pay. Man, church, you know, I said this. I said this. I have a little business called My Money Matters, and I teach basic financial literacy. Okay, and it's doing well. It's not bad. Um, I do it more for educational purposes than for money, but I did start charging for the classes because I was giving away knowledge that took me a long time to gain. I will admit, but nonetheless, I said this in one of those classes. I said this in one of those classes. Mad Church. This is what I said. How do you come to church? You fast, you pray, you seek the Lord, you're dancing in church, you're asking God to bless the heart of the bank, release, touch the heart of the car salesman in the dealership, and God touch them that they give you all the credits that you can gain, and that the bank will give you the loan, God, and then they'll give it to you at a decent interest rate, God. Make it work for me, Jesus. You do all of that. God bless you. You get the loan. You get the dealership and the salesman to work with you. You get the bank to work with you, and you get this loan. You get this car. You get this note. 2 years in, if you make it that long, you can't afford the note. You couldn't afford it in the beginning, but you wanted it so bad. See, when you're going out and buying things like that, prayer is not what you need. You need a calculator. Part of the problem is we don't know what to pray for. I need God when what I can do has exhausted itself. I've done all I can do. If it's gonna get done, God gonna be the one that have to do it. That's what I need God for. I don't need God for nothing that I can do. And all I need to do is sit down and assess how much money I got coming in, how much money I got going out, how much free money, cash flow is left. That's your free money. How much that is left that would allow me to put a car note in there. But in addition to the car note, I got to understand that the oil gonna need to be changed. I got to understand that at some point in time in the life of this loan, I'm gonna have to put some new tires on this car. It's gonna need an air filter. It's gonna need some gas. And if you're going out there getting the car talking about, yes, I can afford the note, but you can't afford a $200 oil change, that is not the car for you, baby. I don't care nothing about the note. You walk on the car dealership, the first thing they're going to ask you is what you want your note to be. They don't care nothing about no note. What's the interest rate going to be? Because you can get the car note to be 300 and the interest rate be 35%, but the loan be stretched out to 8 years. You ain't supposed to take 8 years to buy no car. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know y'all were not supposed to be taking 8 years to buy a car? For some people, it take 15 years to buy a house. It's going to take you 8 to buy a car. Y'all don't want to hear that teaching. Y'all don't want to hear that teaching. I'm going to leave you alone. I'm going to leave you alone. I'm finna let y'all go. I know that's right. I'm finna let y'all go. Y'all don't. I bought a Constitution for Five Below in May because they are removing them from everywhere, not just libraries and schools. They don't want you to know the truth, baby. Truth will set you free. You are correct that some wounds that we have created ourselves are self-inflicted. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yes, yes. Education is priceless. When the knowledge is rightly applied, we must be prepared with knowledge so we can count the cost. You don't need Jesus for that. You need a calculator, and you need to be able to assess how much money you got going out, how much money you got coming in. That allows you to know what your cash flow, your free money is. But in addition to the free money of paying the note, you got to know that you can cover the maintenance of the car. Y'all going out here buying these 40, 50, $60,000 cars because they look good and you're keeping up with the Joneses because the folks didn't figure out a way to make it fit in a note. But when you got a flat tire and the hole ain't right where it's supposed to be in the center of the tire, it's off to the side, and the man tell you they can't plug it, you got to get another one. And this tire $250 for one tire. Hey, J Pie, Jaya. Hi, Judge. Specifically regarding the MCD and Bernard Jordan discussion last night. It was respectfully handled. It was good to see the conversation take place. Mad Church to see. I'm through talking. Let's go. Let's go to Mad Church. Let's go over there. And we're going to finish up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish up tomorrow because I'm on the bench, but we're going to finish up this conversation on Friday, if not tomorrow. Listen now, because this is going to be a long conversation. And we already 2 hours in. I'm going to give you 30 more minutes, and we're going to call it a night because I got to go to sleep because I got to go to work tomorrow. But we are going to pick up and finish, okay? We're going to pick up and finish. So when I come back, y'all come on back in because we're going to pick up and finish because some more has been said. But let's go. I want to give you as much as I got. I want to give you as much as I got. SD said, great analogy about a car. Factoring in the cost of maintenance is key. People don't do it. All they focus on is I can afford the note. And that's wonderful. But there's some other stuff you're going to need to be able to take care of when it comes to affording this thing. I always pull out my calculator when making big purchases, and my husband to tell the salesman, here she go. I will walk out on any deal that's not good for us in a heartbeat, baby. If you strong enough to make a bad deal, I gotta be strong enough to deny it. Let you keep it. Tell you what you do. You buy that deal. There are whole YouTube channels car dealers have put up playing the calls they get of people trying to get into 100K with their five. You want to go and buy an Escalade while you living in an apartment being paid by Section 8. Let's go. So I have become aware of the fact that there seems to be some troubling things going on out here in these YouTube streets between Bishop Jordan, Larry Reed, Mad Church, and St. James. Now, y'all seen St. James in here. Y'all have seen Mad Church in here. I love both. I consider both to be a part of my community. I'm a part of theirs. We don't tell each other what to say or how to run our channels. I'm respectful of those men, and they have been nothing but respectful to me. We all have our different opinions. I don't put my opinions on any of them. I've never reached out to them in that respect. Nobody has reached out to me and said, Judge T, I don't think you should have said that. I don't like the way you said that because this person, they'll comment and say their piece. I come in their channel and say my piece. I love it. I'm telling you, I love the relationship. And I have seen over the years people form relationships, YouTube relationships, and something happened, man, and it goes to shit real quick and to hell in a handbasket. I've seen it. And it has scared me a little bit to say, no, don't make friends, don't be in relationships because it never go right. But I'm not none of them people. Y'all see is who I am. And I'm going to be upfront, direct, and honest here as I am in my personal life. That's how I roll. People can't take it. There are some people that love it. Some people that can't. I have came to learn that somebody had an alt with me. And they didn't come to me. You say, what now? The next time I saw them, hey, can I holler at you for a second? Come here. I pulled them to the side and say, listen, I understand you got some upset with me. They always seem confused. They never know what I'm talking about. But I don't do that. Life is too short, y'all. Life is too short. And I do have some wisdom. I do believe in the Lord. I believe he's real. I believe he is all powerful. I know this man has made some remarkable things happen for me in my life. I don't have no doubts about who God is, what he can do. And life has taught me how to balance that and understand that I can want God to do a thing. I can believe that he can, and he can. Look at the three Hebrew boys that were thrown in the fiery furnace. They said, if he does not deliver me, it ain't because he ain't able. Oh God. Oh my God. That'll preach right to. Yeah, my deliverance is not tied to whether or not God is able, because we know he's able. It may be tied to his will. And it may not be his will that I come out the fire this way, but I'm coming out. Oh, Jesus. Oh, oh, I know I'm going to leave because it's coming. So y'all hear me now. The two videos I showed y'all earlier, that's the type of stuff the church ought to be focusing on and the church ought to be fighting. And instead of fighting that, we're fighting ourselves. We're tearing each other down. We're coming against, y'all, saints are tearing each other down. Saints are fighting each other. Saints are attacking each other. Saints are causing confusion amongst each other. Saints is creating mess among each other. Not the devil, the saints. Them that believe are the one who's causing the chaos and the confusion, the headache and the upset. It ain't the enemy. Now, the enemy is moving. He's taking these actions and he's turning them and manipulating them and using them to his benefit. But it ain't the devil. These are people who have come before us and said they are prophets of the Lord. They are believers of Jesus Christ. I don't know how we take that position and we don't use the scriptures. Come on, brothers. We're supposed to come together and do what? Reason with one another. Man, church said, even if you disagree with me, I still love you. Man, church. Man, church said, we grown around here. We don't have no beef, man. We just see things different. And if I see where you can do something a little bit better, let me tell you, now, you ain't got to do it. Of course not. You're grown. Do what you want to do. But I just ask people, man, eat the meat and spit out the bones and keep it moving. And I have that expectation because that's how I am. If me and you have a conversation and our conversation get a little rough around the edges and we exchange words, but we work together, we got to deal with each other. We got to mix and move. What I said at that day and in that hour, I said it. We're done. When I come back, I don't have that on my mind. I got what we got to do on my mind. Can we get to that? If you feel like I handled you wrong and you want to talk about it, come to me and say, hey, listen, that conversation we had, I want to tell you, it rubbed me the wrong way. Now, I don't know if you care or not, but it did rub me the wrong way, and I would like to talk to you about it if you're open to it. And I'm going to say, yeah. I'm going to say, okay, I ain't got no problem with it, but can we handle what we got to handle? And then later on, we get off work, everything dead, we talk. And they say, yeah, let's go to work. Let's go do what we got to do. We are co-laborers in the vineyard of the Lord doing the work of the master to edify, to equip, And it's hard to do that when you're tearing each other down. The person you're supposed to be working with to build others up, you all are fighting. Hey, Judge, that there is strength in numbers. And the CC who have the assignment to elevate social media are under attack to separate them and diminish their unity and their voices. Come on here. I have been saying for the last 3 years, whether in the church or not in the church, people are messy and two-faced. Austin. Edie, thanks for the kind words. I love coming here. She is always going to say something to make me laugh. Something. And I'm about to get in it. As Christians must display higher levels of ethics and integrity. If that must be shown so that the lost who would want to be a part. Some of us who claim to be in the way are in the way. SDE. SDE. You ate right there, brother. You ate right there. Some of us who claim to be in the way are in the way. So let's talk about it. Now, this is how I came to know that something was happening. Man, church, my God, today, did he eat? He ate right there. So this is how I became aware that something was afoot. I was watching Mad Church. And Mad Church had the cigar blogger. Damn more. I said, ooh. Well, I got time today. What's happening? And then they get to talking. And Mad Church get to talking about some issue that developed between him and St. James. That had something to do with St. James having Bernard Jordan on his show. That was upsetting to Larry. I said, now what is all this here? What now? So I got a little closer. Yes. If you haven't been to Mad Church Live, go. Because I scooted up. I scooted up. I said, what had happened now? And then, out the blue, out of nowhere, Mad Church put the link in. He said he was going to let some folks come up and they could have their say about what all was going on. And then, you know who came up? Bishop Jordan. I said, ooh, good Lord, here today. He coming on. Does he know that he coming on the Mad Church? Not that Mad Church was going to blast it. Mad Church grew up in the church. From what I've heard and seen and following him, he's a son of the church. And I know he's not going to be disrespectful. Anybody that grew up in the church, you can be mad, you can be hurt, you can be upset, and you can say what you want to say, but you're not going to disparage the church. I've not known any people. I've known some people to be hurt and say some nasty stuff. But I'm saying most of us, especially those of us that grew up in the African American church, we were raised to respect the church. You ain't got to like it. You ain't got to like the people in it. You ain't got to want to go, but you're going to respect God's house. And for that teaching and raising, I just didn't believe he was going to get out there and sandblast, Bishop Jordan. But I thought it was interesting that Bishop Jordan would pop up, because I do know if Mad Church is who Mad Church say Mad Church is, he gonna ask a question. He not gonna be disrespectful. He not gonna bum blast you with a whole bunch of stuff, but he gonna ask one or two that's gonna make you clutch your pearl. I don't know if you consider these real pearls or not. They really ain't, but I'm clutching them. Oh. I was clutching my pearl. I got you. Man, Chuck gonna make you, baby, he'll ask a question to make you say, whoa. And Bishop came on in it. And they had a little technical difficulties for a minute, but they got through all of that and the conversation started. And it was good. Mad Church, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you saw my post earlier because I had posted it and then I deleted it because I saw all the mistakes in it and I wanted to repost it, but I thought you had gone to do your live. But I want to tell you to your face and in front of everybody, that was an awesome live, y'all. It was an awesome interview. Now, I know those of us who got questions of our own would have wanted him to do the and just get it. I knew he wasn't going to do that. But I was wondering if he was going to ask anything. I'm like, is man sure really, is he got this opportunity? Yeah. But he did. He said what some of the conversations were, the fact they talked about Larry. He asked him what was the issue between him and Larry. The main question we all keep asking. What was it? Did he vote for Trump? Listen, I know how upsetting that is. I know how bad it looked because Larry had come out and pretty much told everybody associated with him he ain't doing Trump and they shouldn't do Trump either. Now here comes his mentor out with the word coming out that he's voted for Trump, and now the ninja at the White House with the. You got me looking bad because I done went out here and I done went out here and told everybody we ain't doing Trump. Now you done jumped out here and done Trump. As a matter of fact, Larry said that on the live he did today in response to the live that happened between Bernard when he went on Mad Church Disease. Have you seen it? It was interesting. We're going to talk about it. But we out of time tonight. I don't have time to go through it. But so when we come back either tomorrow night or Friday, we're going to pick it up and we're going to roll with it. But I want everybody to know, and I want to be honest, it was a good live. It was a good interview because he did, I'm going to say confront, but he asked some questions that we all wanted to know. What was going on with you and Larry? And now I ain't too fond of all this profit, whatever y'all doing. I got questions. I said, oh Lord, man, church. And there and like he was a dog on the one of them pits that they didn't train to fight, but you're holding them back because it ain't his time yet. Hold on. They're gonna get him. Mad Church kept saying, he kept holding there and he kept saying, we're not gonna land blast him, we're not gonna jump on him. And I know that Mad Church was doing that to ensure that not only Daryl, but anybody else that asks questions, we want to be fair. We want to be reasonable. The man just popped up here and we were talking about Larry. He don't know about all the other questions that we got, and it's only respectful to give him an opportunity to be prepared to come so that we can have a full and respectful dialogue. And that's a fact. There wasn't anything wrong with that. I thought that was handled well, to be honest. While at the same time, though, giving Dale an opportunity to ask his questions and be honest. I mean, he flat foot said, listen, the way Larry put this thing out, it made us all question your sexuality. But he said he was going to land blast you. He was going to tell it all. And I'm going to tell y'all something. This may not be true. This is allegedly. It may not be true. But this is my opinion and my feeling. Two things happened before Larry came out and did his live today. Mad Church said on his live with Bishop Jordan, hey, Larry, you're threatening and you're talking about exposing Bishop Jordan, not only Bishop Jordan, but the whole family. The children, you're going to, reveal stuff to the wife. I mean, I'm finna tear the Jordan family up. Pretty much is what he said. Man, Church said, how in the world is you going to come out here and expose Bishop Jordan? Whatever you got to expose Bishop Jordan to, you had to be a part of to know about it, to be able to expose it. So if you exposing him, you exposing yourself, Larry. William McCray took it a little bit further because he came out and did a live and had some questions. Larry was somewhat upset with him because on the live with Mad Church, Bishop Jordan said that William McCray reached out to him and they had a conversation that was long, a couple of hours. I haven't called him yet. I wanted to give it a few days. Dale talked to Jordan today and his wife for over an hour. Awesome. BJ did say LR would be back. He did. And Larry said today in his thing, his live, no, he won't. But I'm gonna tell you why I think Larry came out the way he came out and said he acknowledged he was hurt and he was just saying stuff because he was hurt, not necessarily because it wasn't true. But because Mad Church said, okay, Larry, you gonna expose Bishop, you're gonna expose yourself. William McCray came out and said, so tell us this, Larry, because you brought us Bishop Jordan. Mm-hmm. You propped him up on your platform on the regular. On the regular. Yes, you did. You put him before us and told us he was America's black prophet. And we should all listen to him. We should all give to him. He is the man for the day, for the hour. He got the voice. He has the ear of God. He knows when he speaks with the, Larry, that was you. Thou art the man, Larry. So William McCray asked, since you presented him to us as being America's next black prophet, since you presented to us and told us that we need to be giving him our teruma, since you propped him up and told us that everything he was saying was profound, it was right, it was godly, it was sound, we need to stand on it, believe in it, and give to it. That's what you said, Larry. So are you telling us that while you were propping the man up in front of us, are you telling us that while you were putting him before us, you knew he was low down and dirty? And you were okay with him being low down and dirty and putting him up in front of the people? What that say about you? William McCray now. William said, we are friends, but I am a commentator. And there's no way for no commentary to be out here and do the job we do on everybody else. And then when the door slams us in the face, no other commentator can say anything about you. You say that's not fair. That's not right. It's par for the course. It's the way the game is played. Listen, these Bishop Jordan said it. Larry said, don't say my name no more. Don't say my name. Don't say nothing about my business, my family, nothing, and nobody attached to me. Don't say it. And Bishop Jordan went on Mad Church Disease and said, Larry, Larry, Larry. Ooh. Bishop Jordan said, whatever you got on me, drop it. I've been faithful to my wife, and I've been faithful to my faith. William McCray said, don't come out here telling us you got something. If you got it, drop it. If you ain't going to drop it, don't tell us you got it. Larry, Larry, Larry. You have always, you said during your life, you don't lie. And that's fine. But you never should have said that you had some on Bishop Jordan that you were going to drop. Because if you wasn't going to drop it, no. And I personally believe, my belief, my belief, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And Larry, if you want to talk to me about it, come tell me to my face I'm wrong. I'll let you do it, brother. I ain't got no problem with it because everybody know I started off, I love you. You just got strange in your faith, that mixing of stuff. But that's me. For a lot of people, as you already know, it ain't a problem for because they continue to follow you and they continue to give you money. But y'all, Larry Reed say that the real problem that's going on between him and Bishop Jordan ain't got nothing to do with that vote. It got to do with Jordan being slick in private, being the master manipulator in private, doing wrong in private, and want to come out on public and be a victim. Man, Church that called his name like the Candy Man and waited for him to show up. Oh Lord. Don't say his name 3 times in the mirror. What was the other one? Beetlejuice, don't you say it the third time. Oh, Jesus. Just look up his name like he called Candy Man. That was a Larry, one for the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I didn't know any of this was going on, and glad I didn't. I would certainly pray for both of them. I didn't even overcome my IM6, and I'm saying that some of this started in the private chat, in Patreon, and in their members only, private. Somebody took it from the private sector and put it out here on these streets. I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on. All right, sorry y'all, I had to go tinkle. I had to go tinkle. So Larry says, and well, I think that because Larry sees that he can't play the victim, he's behind the 8 ball. The only way to shift his position is to admit that I'm a victim. Because everybody keeps saying, he hurt. Larry just hurt. We overrode what he said, the wrongness of what he said, and we wrote it off. He's hurt. And he said he hurt, and he may be hurt. I had a mentor that I had to separate from, and it was not funny. It wasn't funny. It was not easy. And so, from Larry's perspective, I'm gonna be honest and tell you, I understand. If what he said is true, I understand. I understand what it's like I do, y'all. I do. And I don't want nobody to think I'm talking about my current pastor or anything like that. That's what folks do to start up mess. That is not the case. But I'm saying I do. Your girl been around for a minute now. I done lived in Starsfield, Columbus, Cleveland, Beulah, Rosedale. I done spent a little time down in Clarksdale. I'm saying I've been around. Let's don't think that everything and all my experiences or where I live, it is not. But I've been in a situation where I knew a pastor who wanted control. Listen, Larry talked about Bishop Jordan trying to control and manipulate the sons under him. And I know what that's like. It's real. It happens. It's real. It happens. And you don't see it at first. You don't recognize it at first. Other people can tell you, but you like, I don't even know what you're talking about. But then the day comes when your eyes are open. Who was the prophet? Was it Elijah? It wasn't Elijah. I think it was Elisha that had the servant when the chariots of fire was on the wall, but the servant couldn't see it. And Elijah had to pray and ask God to open his eyes so he can see. Sometimes you got eyes to see, but they don't see what they need to see. They don't. It takes more time. It takes more experience. It takes more for you to see, for your eyes to become open so you can see what others have already saw. I cannot say that what Larry is saying. Larry said Bishop Jordan tried to take his members. And if he did it, he wrong. Don't do that. You and I are collaborating. You and I are working. These are my people that the Lord has given me. I did not bring them over here for them to become a part of Zoe Ministries. Oh, Lord. Captain Powell said it was Elijah. Yes. Yes. Justin said this is good insight. I'm trying, Justin. If you catch me right, I'll teach you right. Juju said nothing is ever private on these social media streets. Nothing. Well, they thought it was. And that's what the private community is for. It's why I told y'all I was doing the Patreon. And this is the reason why I got scared. Number one, when I first got Patreon, I couldn't figure out how to work it. And then as time went on, I kind of figured out, I think I know how to work it. But then I just got scared because I say, even though the people are paying, and I set a premium somewhat high to ensure that the people I got in were people that were going to agree. But you got people that are paid just to get over in there to be nosy, to see and hear what you're talking about, and then take what you're talking about and blast it. I have to be careful. Because I do got a real job, and this real job pays. It is why I don't have to come out here and grift and beg and manipulate and play games to get you all to sow into this ministry. I say, if you want to sow, come on and sow. I appreciate you. And we use the money for ministry or community growth and development. That's what we do over here. And because of that, I got to be careful. I got to take precaution. So I've been looking into this members only, and I've set the price very low, like $2.99 or whatever, so that we may talk about some private stuff over there, but nothing that's going to cost me to lose my job. Because people are fickle. They love you today, they plotting on you tomorrow. Now, Bishop Jordan said he don't have no problem with Larry. He don't really know why Larry left, but Larry said he know. He said what he is doing to Matthew Steveson now, kicking him out and evicting him. It's the same thing he did to him, the same thing he did to Brian Carn and others. Instead of leading, protecting, and covering, Bishop Jordan is competing. That's what Larry said. Larry said on his live today that the problem with Jordan is the stuff he does behind the scenes that nobody sees. And then he comes out on Front Street and want to act like he's the victim and he's so palatable and I'm willing to work and I'm willing to talk and nobody will talk to me and nobody will. Da, 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 da. He's the victim in public and the villain in private. And if that is true, that's a problem. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what Larry said. So it is alleged that this is true. But if it is true, that's a problem. And we cannot stand here and say it is impossible to be true because we know too many preachers that have done it. We know too many preachers that have brought someone under them, and the person they brought under them ascended above them, and jealousy kicked in and envy kicked in. And how do you bring this person back down so they don't start thinking they're more than you, they're greater than you, that they can tell you and you can't tell them? How do you do that? You got to pull them down. You got to pull them down. They ascended. You got to pull them down. So there's something that you got to do to break them. You got to turn the people against them. You got to do something. And this is how pastors who fall out, who have an issue with one of their ministers, right? And then what they do, they go about the congregation, the other ministers, the other congregants, and they start telling them how bad that person has treated them. And because they are the pastor, when the members and the other preachers get it, of course, their initial reaction is to side with their pastor. The other person that you got into it is walking by the word of God. This is an issue between me and you. So the only two people that ought to be talking is me and you. So while the minister is abiding by the word of God and trying to resolve this issue with their leader through the word of God, the leader is playing a manipulative game to get everybody, the other ministers and the members, to turn against the preacher, to be upset with the preacher, to say the preacher doing the pastor wrong. And then that preacher is feeling isolated, alone, betrayed. I can't say nothing. I can't do nothing because when I go to stand for what's right, she or he, the leader, gets the whole church to turn against me. Look at Bishop Jordan. Bishop Jordan said, Mad Church asked Bishop Jordan why we can't get rid of Brian Carn. Everybody know Brian Carn is out of pocket. If we can't do nothing with nobody, why we can't do nothing with Brian Carn? And Bishop Jordan said, I spoke to him. I did. I addressed him in his behavior. And after speaking to him, I got called in by some church leaders that said, leave him alone. Why did they say leave him alone? Did not Paul experience the same thing when the woman with the divination spirit, who was a soothsayer, who could, the fortune teller, Paul came and delivered her from that spirit, and she couldn't fortune tell no more, costing her handlers money because they were making money off her because they were charging people for prophecy. I ain't gonna lie, man, church. I ain't gonna lie. I sure was waiting for you to ask him about the robocall. Oh, I know it happened. I know it for a fact. Thank you, Judge Thomas. I love your wisdom in this conversation. This is awesome. Oh, I know it for a fact. Taylor, I know it for a fact. I done seen it. I done seen it. I'm like, you're wrong. But you didn't flip the script. I think we have a narcissist wizards duo. Nobody is the victim. Come on, Justin. Just like on these platforms, people are free to come and go to any church they feel is good for them. We are no longer under a slave master. Come on, sister. This is why 5 to 6 favorites on YouTube. I never bet. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Mad Church, but I'm not sure. Somebody said when the truth come out, they bet it's gonna be when it's all said and done. The bottom line issue is gonna be money. Larry said that when Bishop was on Mad Church platform, that he talked about the $3 million that he sold in tithes. Larry said he sold more than that. He sold more than that. That was the 3 million was the tithe. That ain't got nothing to do with all the other money that he got. And I believe it. Bishop Jordan acknowledged that he did make the 30 million. That is a fact. He said he made it. So I can believe that in addition, because we believe in tithes and offerings, and we believe in sowing seeds. So if he tied at 3 million, you know he done sold more than that in seeds, and he's given offerings. So by the time it's all said and done, if Larry made 30, he gave 15 to Bernard Jordan. Easy. Easy. When Reverend Ike was your mentor, what do you just like only people free? Okay. Money, I sure did say it. Man, sir, shoot, you said definitely. I remember it. And I was waiting, y'all. I have been patiently waiting because I knew something we were going at some point the truth had to come out. What is the truth? We got husband. Now we know that after this Trump election, there were some wives that divorced their husband because they found out they voted Trump and they just couldn't believe it. But we got married folk. One voting Democrat, one voting Republican. We I'm finna throw away my whole mentorship. Out of all the good this man has done as my mentor, there's one thing that I don't agree with him on, and we got to sever everything to everybody. They say it, everybody say it. That doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't. It doesn't. But we get the truth now. And the truth from Larry's perspective, because Bishop Jordan says he still really doesn't know. What he knows and what he believes is Larry was upset and left him because of his vote, which he still has not divulged, but his belief that Bishop Jordan voted for Donald Trump and then turned around and went to the White House. Larry says, yes, that was a problem. But it was a problem because of the position he took. And people would expect that he would be in alignment with his master, prophet, right? We should be in alignment. And they were not. So Larry took the position that I need to make a clear demarcation in the line, in the sand. I don't agree with it. I don't believe that anybody that voted for Trump is for poor people, regular people, the middle class people. And I can't give my money to that. Now, you can do what you want to do, but I suggest as your prophet that you follow me. And I ain't giving my money. That they said that. Not on this line, but he said it on the last one when the first talk came up about there being a split between him and Bernard Jordan. And William McCray told us that. That did not come from Larry Reed or Bishop Jordan. That came from William McCray, who told us. And after William McCray told us, people started asking, and Larry and Bishop Jordan started responding. And their response pissed each other off. And it has continued to grow and grow and grow. That level of festivity and much of the conversation. Now, I will say this, and I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. I now have more questions about the prophetic that I have ever had in my life, and I would love to have a conversation with Bishop Jordan. He's welcome here. I'm not going, as Mad Church has said, I'm not going to jump in. That ain't even what my questions are about. And I guess some of them are tied to Larry, but not really. Like, I just got questions. Okay, so what is the proper way? If a prophet who is a mentor to an under prophet, they're a prophet too, right? But you're a mentor. So what is the proper way for that relationship to demise? I ask that question because if we look in scripture, the only separation that I know of, and there may be others, and that's why I want to talk to him because I'm sure he could tell me, right? I only know of one separation. That was Paul and Peter. They didn't agree on how to go about. They agreed, but they didn't agree. When I look at Elijah and Elisha, that was his mentor until he left. So what's the proper process of severing that a prophetic mentorship, mentor-mentee relationship? Because if this ain't it, what is it? Because this can't be it. This can't be it, right? You just decide, I ain't following you no more. And you just dip. You can do that? I know you can leave your job. You at an at-will state. You can just leave. I understand that people come to church and then they just stop coming. In effect, they left, right? But this is a one-on-one relationship. You all have built some stuff, y'all. I'm sure you all were intertwined in investing in different things, business relationships, and you can just dip. Why can't Bishop Jordan vote for who he wants to vote for? So who controlling who? What you say, Overcome? You and me both, Judge. Mad churches that he paying over $100,000 a month for rentals is crazy work. I had heard from Bishop Jordan many years ago for money, for prophetic word, and that ended association for me. I know how to hear from the Lord for myself. Giving someone $15 million and not owning property is just food. And Catherine Powell, that's not a hard line number. That's alleged. I'm just saying, based off what Larry, we have a confirmation that Larry sold $3 million in tithe to Bishop Jordan and Zoe Ministries, or to Bishop Jordan, whatever it was. We know this. And Larry, being who Larry says he is, and Bishop Jordan did not denounce, because he said that Rosin Weed made a promise to buy somebody a car, and she did not handle her obligation. The car never came. He talked to Larry about it, since Larry was kind of pushing the lady over her people, and Larry stepped up to the plate and bought the person a car that was in need. So if Larry is who we believe him to be as it relates, or who he says he is, as it relates to his believing in sowing, in tithing, in giving, right? Then if he tithed $3 million, he gave more than $3 million. Because when you add the offering on to the tithe, and then when you add the sowing seeds on to the offering and then the tithe, Then when you add that Bishop Jordan was having the church anniversaries, the pastor's anniversary, we saw when Bishop Jordan was, was elevated to what, apostle or whatever he was elevated to. Larry Reed was there and gave him a $30,000 offering that time. So that tells me that over the multiple years, yeah, he probably gave somewhere around 10, $15 million. And he's not upset because listen, baby, if you can sow, tithe, give $15 million, you got to have more than 15 million to be able to give 15 million. So it whatever strategy Jordan assisted Larry in learning and developing and applying, it has worked. And I've always said, got no problem with making the money. Make all the money if you can make it. My problem is don't make it off the backs of manipulating God's people. Because although you have made the money, what profits a man? To gain the whole wide world, but lose his soul. Got no problem with you making the money, but you don't make the money off the backs of God's people through manipulation, divination, and wrong doctrine. You don't do it, y'all. Because no matter how high you may be flying, you're going to have to give an account for that. And God going to either come calling before you leave this side of the earth or on the other side. And if you're not careful, he'll call you up on this side and the other side. He'll make you pay for it over here and over there. You see, you reap what you sow. The way Larry Reed, Bishop Jakes, I guess. Remember, he said Jordan's son is going to reveal what Jakes did. Mad Church asked Bishop Jordan, did he believe that he was going to come up and be faced with or have to, be brought in to the Bishop T.D. Jakes lawsuit? And he said no. And there was a brief discussion about the situation between Larry Reed, his son, and Jakes. He says that every time he has tried to broach the conversation with Manasseh about all of that, Manasseh simply says to him he don't want to talk about it. So he lets it go. He lets it go. So I don't know if we ever going to know Manasseh's side of that situation or not, if there was a side or not. All we got is the one video that Larry released, and I'm not video, the one picture that Larry released, which don't tell us nothing. Now, Manasseh did do his video that said that this happened, but to me, he called it something it was not. Could you have been manipulated by T.D. Jakes? Yes. Could you have been groomed? No. Grooming is for an immature person who doesn't know. Now, can you be of adult age and still not know? Yes, but you're not being groomed. That's not grooming to me, in my understanding. You may be manipulated, right, as an adult, because that can happen. Because in the ministry, we are taught, we are raised to trust and believe the man of God. He is not going to lead me wrong. So if I believe that and I'm standing 10 toes down in that, man of God ain't going to do nothing wrong to me. So him rubbing on my leg, got to be something holy in it. I don't understand it. It's uncomfortable. I don't want it. But he my bishop. Yes, y'all, that happens. Even sowing $3 million in his ministry, crazy work, and not taking care of his own affairs, such as owning a home, is foolish. No, he don't own nothing. And according to Larry, that was being wise, because wealthy people don't own nothing. True that. True that. But the way they have it set up, the way their bank account is set up to ensure, though, that this house they living in, they can stay in. It's going to be paid for. But I'm gonna tell y'all that I know this is way out there, but I believe Larry learned what he needed to learn from Bishop Jordan, and he learned it well. And now he's playing that over there. Whether he's in Ghana, Dubai, wherever he is, he has taken what he has learned from Bishop Jordan, he is replicating it and applying it over there on these other folks. And I told y'all told me a couple of lives back, I told y'all Larry did a live, and it sounded like he was trying to collect the people that were going to follow him to Ghana or wherever he was going. And y'all told me, Dr. K, I do believe, told me that Larry didn't say that he ain't going nowhere, but he gone. He over there. He's setting up over there. He done already told you. He's looking for people that's willing to help him build over there. That's why he got that's why he got the citizenship over there, or residency, whatever it's called, dual residency, dual citizenship, whatever it is. He's building up over there. From the house, Larry is not in the same house he was in. He told us, y'all, he did a live that said he was selling his stuff and he was moving. I believe Larry, I'm telling you, this is not a fact. I do not know this for a fact. It is all alleged. It is my opinion. And looking at how he's moving and in listening to some parts, because I haven't watched all of his live, but listening to some parts of his live, it appeared to me that Larry was doing a Jim Jones situation. I believe Man Church said something about it. And I think he's setting up camp over there, and he's prepping the people to come follow him. Just fine. But if it is a Jim Jones situation, don't go. Do you hear me? If it is, I don't know that it is. I'm not saying that it is. This is alleged. This is me listening to him in the live, all his stuff. God is saying, be ready to move. And I'm just saying, it just sounded like that. I'm not saying that that's it. But Larry has said he is looking for those who believe in what he's trying to do and build, that you can come and invest and help him build what he's building in Ghana. He has said that now. I don't know what he's building in Ghana, but he said that. And y'all not going to make me act like I'm crazy. Mad Church said, how you a millionaire, but your parents still live there, but you gave a man. Ooh. Mad Church, I was looking for the police to come get you. I was looking for them. I was trying to see, did I hear the siren? Was they on the way? Man, you didn't say, how is you a millionaire, but your parents still living raggedy and daggedy, but you didn't gave this other man over $3 million. But Larry had a very tumultuous relationship with his parents. And although they've gotten to a place of forgiveness and whatnot, I don't know if they like that. Apparently, they ain't $3 million worth like that. Why can't these folks preach? No, God doesn't play. Sooner or later, you're going to reap it. It's coming back. Believe that. Larry's doing business in Dubai and ministry in Ghana. He said that yesterday. Oh, well, he wants y'all to come over there and do business in Dubai and Ghana. Alleged. Yes, sir, Justin. Yes, sir. Man, church is so true. We know that's a lie. He had gave that man for nothing. His parents may take money, but not moving from their comfort. I could be wrong though. Maybe that may be the case. Some of those old folks do that. They get comfortable. They don't care what you offer them. They don't want it. So you a prophet who doesn't honor your father and mother. Listen. I got another question about the prophetic, right? Like in the Bible, do we see a prophet getting played? Help me. Y'all know I ain't read every scripture in the Bible, right? I know a lot of it, but I don't know all of it. So I don't know if I saw this. I may have seen it and then forgot about it. So y'all help me. Is there a prophet though that's in the Bible that got played? I don't know about the parent situation. I really don't. That's what I had asked. That's what I had asked. I'm just asking. I ain't trying to cause no problem. I'm just asking. Does somebody know? And can you give me the name of a prophet that got played? Because Jordan is saying he got played. Larry's saying he got played. Both of them is prophet. Balaam. Oh, Balaam. Okay, I got to go look at Balaam. How did Balaam get played? Because I thought Balaam didn't listen. He was told and he didn't listen. Doesn't Joseph get played by his brothers? That ain't being played. And Joseph is not a prophet. Joseph wasn't a prophet. God elevated Joseph to the second in command in order that he would be a watchman over Israel and in particularly his family and be able to ensure that they had food during the time of famine because Joseph's daddy was in faith, had the favor of the Lord on his life. Okay, now Mary then told me Balaam and Balak. That was Balak. And Balak was a prophet of the Lord. And how did he get tricked? In the book of Jordan in the region. I ain't fooling with you, man, church. Man, church. Listen, man, church. You got 7 minutes. You want to come up? What is going on between you and St. James? I'm not understanding this at all. I don't know how y'all got what. I don't understand none of this. I dropped the link. You gonna come up? J2 said, Judge, you got my side hurt, and I can't stop laughing, but I love this conversation. God told Balak to go curse those people. And what happened? Don't go curse the people. And what happened? Balaam was not played. He knew what he did. He did not listen. Joseph interpreted dream, but was not a prophet. Right. Joseph was not a prophet, and Balaam didn't listen. Balaam, Balak, because I'm not sure right now which name it is, but the problem with him is you didn't listen. You didn't do what the Lord told you to do. That's not getting played. Getting played is while I am walking out and carrying out what I am supposed to do, I do not notice. I cannot pick up. I am not able to discern. God has not revealed that the person standing beside me is working against me. That's what getting played is. When you get played, you don't know the people are plotting and planning and scheming on you. And I just don't know a prophet in the Bible that has that experience. Because if God sent the prophet to give a word, God could not afford the prophet not to know who was around him, what they were trying to do, how they were trying, because your purpose is to be here to give the word. If I allow somebody to come up on you like a thief in the night and catch you off guard, they may take you. How the word that I sent you to deliver gonna get delivered? When the prophets showed up on the scene, they knew the other prophets that were there, the prophets of the devil, the prophets of Jezebel. They knew who they were. These folks didn't slip up on them. They didn't create relationships with the devil. Larry said Jordan is a master manipulator and that he is not good. He is all about himself and seeing what he can get, hit the people under him as they rise. All he wants to do is take from them. That's what Larry, listen, he didn't say that specifically, but that's what he said. Because that's the only thing you can mean when you say that the master is in competition with the student. That cannot be. That's not supposed to be. How can that be? If you're teaching me to be better than you. There's an expectation that I'm supposed to surpass you. And if and when that happens, you now turn jealous, insecure, envious, and we're now in competition. You can't lead me if you're competing with me. My godson is very, very competitive with me. He's very competitive with me. I don't know why, but he is. And I'm always telling him, son, I need you to go somewhere and readjust your thinking. You're my son, right? Yes. Okay. As my son, godson, but my son, it is my obligation to teach you and raise you. And if I handle my obligation correctly, as I teach you and raise you, I'm going to teach you the things of God that I didn't know at this age, that I know that if I had known, appreciated, and applied, my life would be better. Not only am I going to do that, but I've learned some things about this money game. So I'm going to teach you how to do this money game better than I did at my age, because I didn't have the knowledge that I'm giving you. And if you take the information and the knowledge I'm giving you and you use it wisely, because the Bible says, blessed is the man that walking in the counsel of the godly, not ungodly. You're blessed if you can walk in the counsel of the godly. If you can listen, you'll be blessed. So if you listen and you apply, you're supposed to be better than me. Baby, if I made $1 million, I should have taught you how to take $1 million, how to get it, make it, and flip it. And by the time you get to my age, if I'm at my age at $1 million, you should have 3. If I did it right. And you listen. Because I can give you all the knowledge, all the information, everything you need to be successful. And if you take it and dump it in the garbage can, it don't matter. You will not exceed me. Mad Church, is he gone? Has he left? Diane said Balak wanted Balaam to curse God's people. God said no. Balaam tried, couldn't do it. That's not a getting caught off guard. That's not being tricked. Drop the link. Man, Cherry, how I drop it? I done did all this big talk, and now I can't even figure out somebody how I get the link up for y'all. Let's see. Hold on. What I'm looking at. This is crazy, man. It's crazy work. Add a person. Copy. Drop it. Paste. It's 11:26. Man, church, come on up though. We've been here 3 hours. Come on up though. Come on up, man, church. Come on up. I got 30 more minutes. Okay. All right, now let's see. He here. I'm finna bring up, listen now. I'm finna bring up Mad Church. We're gonna talk for about 15, 20 minutes, and then we're gonna go. I got to go to work, so I got to go to sleep. I know it's good. I really it's good. Okay. If we gonna come back, we're gonna finish. We're gonna pick it up and keep talking, okay? All right, here we go. But I want to talk to Mad Church. He's coming up because in the midst of all of this, there has been some issues developing between him and St. James, and we don't know why. So I want to hear from him. So that's where we're going, okay, everybody? All right, here we go. Here we go, Mad Church. I'm bringing you on, baby. I think I am. I think I did.
Yes, you did. You said all that 30 minutes ago you were going to be gone.
Every time I do it, I just take long. I'm gonna stop saying Mad Church. Maybe I'll leave.
I know that's all right, but I've enjoyed the program thoroughly tonight. I think you've hit all of the points, and I know how it is to do these long lives. Listen, I was so hungry yesterday. Y'all don't know. That was the longest live that I have personally ever done on by myself. I'm so serious, y'all. I was so hungry. Y'all know what I had for dinner? Hummus and chips. Because it was so late I couldn't eat. Because when it get too late, I don't eat. And I refuse to eat online. If you don't know that about me, I don't eat online. So
I hate to do it too, Mad Church. Sometimes I won't even do it because by the time I get a chance to eat, it's just gonna be entirely too late. And I'm just not comfortable with doing it.
Yeah. Well, let me just tell you, first of all, I enjoy St. James's program. I don't personally have anything against St. James. There were a couple of things that happened to me that I feel like St. James did to me personally. There are 3 things, but I only gave one thing that I mentioned to you all in the public. And it's because I really wasn't trying to hurt him or do anything towards him. It was just a personal thing for me. Everyone kept going. Well, what you don't know, what you may not know, Judge, is in the month of July, some of St. James's folks in his chat and lives that rock with him went into Vincent's live, and they were making all sorts of statements about me that I was unaware of. And I was like, wow. And so it caused Vincent, then St. James that did a live, and it blew up. I mean, Vincent was angry. I was in St. James's chat defending St. James, like, hey, calm down, Vincent. Everything's fine. Nobody's mad at you. But Vincent had listened to some of the live that I didn't listen to. And so I was like, what's going on? So I was just as shocked as everybody else. So then I decided to go back and listen to the front of the live. And I said, oh my God, St. James is talking about me. I said, this ain't got nothing to do with Vincent. So me being the man that I am, I said, well, let me go talk to St. James. So I went to St. James and I said, hey, dude, I'm not mad at you because here's what everybody thought. Everybody thought that I started disliking St. James because of him bringing Bernard Jordan on his platform. I want you all to be very.
I didn't thought that, man, Church, because I remember seeing a live where you explicitly you were defending him because there were people riding him real hard.
Absolutely.
About him having Jordan over there and the way he conducted the interview. And you came in and said, listen, man, I don't necessarily agree, but it's his channel. He can do it the way the live was nice.
Absolutely.
And, I remember watching that one.
Absolutely. And to this day, I'm still trying to tell everybody I'm not mad at St. James. I don't know if I need to learn it in another language, if I need to know Cantonese, Chinese. I had to figure out another way to say this. So I'm just like, okay, dude, I'm not mad at you. I'm not upset. I told y'all yesterday, the only thing I am is I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because when I came to him in private and I said, hey, dude, can you address these people in the chat and the people who keep leaving me all these comments? These are your folks. Can you tell them I'm not mad at you because I've been texting you. You and I still talk behind the scenes. But here's where things got a little sticky. I made a decision to walk away from everybody and just focus in on my platform. I said, no, I need to go back to my stuff and just focus on my commentary. I'm not gonna be, sitting on everybody's panel. And it didn't have anything to do with Bernard Jordan, but they tried to make it like it had something to do with Bernard Jordan. And I was like, okay, it had nothing to do with that. Let me tell you something. When you're a content creator who spends all of your time coming up on everybody's platform, you lose focus and you cannot work on your own stuff. And a couple of months ago, Tasha Global and Dawson Speaks called me one night on the phone, and he said, Marcellus, I know you and I know what kind of person you are. He was like, I don't like the energy around you, and you need to protect your peace. He said, protect your peace at all costs. And I said, you know what? You are absolutely right. So I said, you know what? I need to move from how I'm doing my content, and I need to make sure that I'm in a peaceful, good place, because I can't bring good content to you all if I'm always upset or my nerves is bad and I ain't getting no good sleep and I can't do the stuff that I'm supposed to be doing, right? So when he called me, him and Tasha Global, they say, hey, Marcellus, you need to change what you're doing. I said, you know what? Y'all are right. Y'all are absolutely right. So I just started making a shift. It's nothing personal against St. James. I was in St. James's chat today. I went over there and they were talking about me then. And I said, listen here. I said, I think you guys have some stuff, a misunderstanding of what was said. I don't think that St. James was trying to steal any guest of mine. I don't know how that got misconstrued.
Oh, wow.
What I said was, I don't like the way he was moving. There were certain things that he was doing behind the scenes that I just didn't care for. And I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and separate myself. It doesn't mean St. James is a bad person, because I don't think he's a bad. I don't think he's a bad person. It's just when certain people operate a certain way, it may not be good for you. And it doesn't mean that you have to still deal with it. It just means you can be man enough, woman enough to say, you know what? I like what you're doing, but I don't move that way. So I think it's best for me to go reserve myself so that I'm in a good, peaceful place and I can treat people kindly and fairly, And so that's it. Bottom line. Now, if he has any issue with me, he has never communicated it to me. And I said, okay, and if you listen to my live, y'all heard what I said. So I stand 10 toes down on what I said. But here's one thing I wanted to say before I get off here.
Yes, sir.
I think Larry is really upset that he gave this man $3 million and he didn't own anything. And all of his money was going out to all of these investments. You got to keep in mind, he's trying to take care of a lot of people. Larry had he had a staff. He had all of those people.
He like MC Hammer. He got the whole neighborhood on his payroll, baby. Everybody.
Oh, Lord.
Mama do that sit on the porch down the street on the payroll, baby.
Oh, Lord, I told you you're going to make me laugh. Lord of mercy. But that's so true, though. It's so true. And he even said today, Larry said today, he said he got rid of the people and he started, changing some things on how he works and what he does. So he had to downsize. Now, they all are using the fact that people aren't giving the way that they used to give. And I tried to explain to Bernard Jordan why that is. People need to,
but he tried. He wasn't really receptive of your version, but it sounded like what I was saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. When you've been doing what Bernard has been doing for so many years, they have a perception that they know more than the rest of us. It is the elitist mentality that keeps them, and their narcissism that keeps them from receiving from the people. Jesus was a masterful teacher. Jesus would go to his disciples and he would say, whom do men say that I am? Yeah. You know what Jesus was doing? He was temperature gauging the crowd. He would go to the crowd and say, what are these people saying? And one thing about the preachers in our generation, they don't care what we're saying. That's the sad part about it. They live in a world that's so far, far away. They don't think about us. They don't even think about what we're saying. And so I told them today, I am the preacher's best friend. You may not like what I say, but I'm going to temperature gauge the culture and I'm going to tell you what people are saying about you so you can make some adjustments so that maybe people will start giving to you. But nobody wants to give you money when you Gucci down to the socks and you flying into service in a helicopter and you doing all of these things. And let's just be frank. The preachers of old were very rich. When I was coming up, some of them preachers had a lot of money, but they weren't flashy. They were humble men.
They weren't flashy. They weren't flashy. They lived in a house that looked like the house you lived in
Right. Right.
because this
Right.
is what they understood. There's only so far above the people you can live that you're supposed to be leading. You can't be leading people, and you are, as you say, flying in jet, and we walking.
Yeah. We ain't got no car.
How does that happen?
Yeah. We ain't got no car. And did you hear me ask him about Rosalind Weems?
Oh yes, sir. Oh
Yeah.
yes, sir.
I tried to give him.
And I'm gonna tell you this. I wasn't happy with his response, man. Church.
Yeah, me neither.
Now
Me
I'll have
neither.
a general and honest. Like I really mean this. This thing about the prophetic has got me going kind of wonky. Like I would love to have a conversation with him. It don't have to be live. I just got questions. Like I'm trying to understand because you're the master prophet.
Right.
Here's Larry saying that he's not the master prophet, but he's pretty high. You know what I mean? He pretty, and all of you guys are supposed to be the mouthpiece of God, but I don't really see nothing happening. I, like who is speaking about what the church is supposed to be doing, the people of God need to be doing in this season.
Well, here's the dilemma that we, I believe, as believers in the time in which we live, are facing. If you're black, let me just say this for the black people that are listening to me. There is a war because now what they're trying to do is they're trying to tie my blackness to my acceptance of Jesus Christ as my savior.
Yes.
Here's what they're
Yes.
doing. They're saying I can't be caring about the people who look like me and the sin and the things that are happening to us in our community and still be a Christian. So just imagine the dichotomy of something like that. You love the Lord, but you see how your people are being disproportionately treated. Black women losing their jobs at an alarming rate. And you're telling me that I can't speak truth to power and still be a Christian. Now, this isn't coming from white men.
No.
This is coming from black preachers.
Come on here. Come
You
on
know,
here.
and so now we are faced with another dilemma. So on the one hand, we're dealing with people who should be able to speak truth to power, because what good is having leaders who can't go to the king and have some checks and balances to the king? When God raised you up, you're supposed to have enough spiritual fortitude to be able to go speak truth to power. What we got preachers doing now is, I need you to give me more tithe and give me a teruma. You got to give me this, give me that, so I can do this. And I'm on my way to Dubai. I got to start a business in Dubai. But wait a minute. What you doing? Wait a minute. We're lost, and we have to be able to face the facts. And listen, I hope Larry does well. I'm gonna be honest with you, Judge. Let me be really honest. I have tried to make a shift in my mindset. I have not talked about Larry on my platform for 2 whole months. I only mentioned him today and yesterday and today because of what he did. And I had to address it. Okay. And it's just simple as that. I hope to go.
Rough. I didn't know it was that bad, man. Jerry.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
I didn't know he had went in like that. I'm like, when William McCray read it word for word today, I'm like, he said what tonight?
But even William, think about that, y'all. Even William said, "Now
That
wait
was
a
too
minute,
much.
Larry."
That was too much. That was too much.
Yeah. Right. And he does, and Larry doesn't really rock with William anymore. He, just so y'all know, he don't like William either. And that's why William is walking on eggshells. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate that William has to do that as well. Because you can't have an independent, and I've heard these preachers say this, you can have an independent thought, but you're not allowed to have an independent opinion. That's what they say. So
Ooh,
so
wee.
so here's the
Wait
thing.
a minute, man. Hold on. Wait.
That's what they say. I got it on video. I do.
You can have an independent thought, but not an independent opinion.
That is correct.
Think what you want, but keep your mouth closed.
Keep your mouth closed. And listen, I was in a church where Bishop McClendon told us one Sunday morning, he said, shut up and march. That was the title of the message. Shut up and just march. But see, here's my thing. And I kept saying, well, Pastor, if you want us to be quiet and just march, tell us where we going. That's the problem.
That's right.
That's the problem. So you asking us to march, but we don't know where we're going. And what we supposed to be doing when we marching. I've seen too many speak for God, but not rightly speaking God's word. MCD, it is very hard to speak truth to power when you have not much truth to have power over issues in you. Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. That's very true. Very, very true. You know, but hey, I told Larry today, Larry, the reason why you're in so much trouble is because of your hypocrisy. It is the hypocritical nature by which you're doing. Larry, you're a homosexual. You're now trying to expose, and I'm just being honest. You know, I don't cut no corners. Now you're trying to expose Bernard Jordan and call him a homosexual. But Larry, that's like the pot calling the kettle black, Larry. You are who you are.
What he was alluding to. He knew that that's where we're going to go, because there's always been all this question and conversation surrounding it. You know what I'm saying? You put it out there to go that way. But I'm going to tell you, I'm thinking that Larry don't have nothing. Because I feel like if Bishop Jordan felt like Larry really had something on him, there ain't no way he'd have came out on your show, Mad Church, standing 10 toes down.
Listen, he called that man name 4 times. Candyman, Candyman, Candyman.
No way. So I'm not sure if Larry got what he said he had, but the best way to back out is not to say, I don't have it, or I'm not going to drop it, or whatever. He comes out in a different form. Now, you talked all of that, but now you hurt. That only came out of hurt. And you now acknowledge and admit you hurt. And I didn't know it. You know what I'm saying? A smooth way of not having to provide something that he may not have in the first place.
Well, let's just go by Larry's history. Let's consider Larry's history. Larry told us for months that him and Manasseh was going to be filing charges against Bishop Jakes. Yeah. He told us for over a year. We got all this evidence and more people are coming forward. Nothing, Burger. Then he came forward and he said, I got all of these things on Bernard Jordan, and if you say my name one more time, I'm going to come out, I'm going to let you have it. But then
came out again, and now he's saying it again. Say it one more time.
But here's what I'm going to tell y'all. And this is the real truth. What he said in his Patreon today was a clear indication that Larry don't have nothing. He went after that man's wife. Why did you bring Deborah Jordan into this situation? It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with it.
You ain't heard about her yet. You ain't had a conversation. You ain't brought her on your platform. We don't know this lady. Why all of a sudden now she becomes a part?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous and it's offensive. And I'm just like, look, I know some people felt like I should have lambasted Bishop Jordan, but let me be very clear. I keep trying to tell y'all I'm not new to this. I'm true to it. I am connected to people in ways they don't know I'm connected to them. Did you see his face when I told him that my mentor and him knew each other and they were very close? Did you see his face when I told him that?
I did. Yes, I did. He wanted to know. He wanted to know right then.
Oh, ain't none of his business. I'll give it to him when I get good and ready. They don't tell us everything, right? They keep us waiting.
He looked at you like, okay, tell me who it is.
No, ma'am. I'm smarter than that. And look, and I have to prepare my folks, be like, okay, I'm going to go on and tell him. Because, you know, there's always backlash. There's always backlash because I'm still connected to pastors. They're going to call me on the phone and say, Marcellus, you went too far. You shouldn't have said this. You shouldn't have said that. I've lost friendships because of some of the things that I've done on the internet over the last couple of years. Now, most people aren't going to come out there and tell you that. But I did. I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of pastoral friends because nobody wants to be friends with an ex-preacher who's cussing and fussing on the internet. You look like a fool. I'm just saying, you look like a whole fool. And I know I did. And and I tell everybody I apologize for it. But when you're mad, you're mad. Yes, you know, and when you're fighting and you're at war, you're at war. And I was trying to do things the best way I knew how to do them. And so I made missteps. I'm not a perfect dude. I tell you, I made some mistakes, but I'll tell you, I did it with a good heart. I didn't do it, trying to be evil or vile or anything.
Well, I tell people all the time over here at church. Listen. Let me be clear. I don't put me on a footstool, let alone on no ladder.
Yeah, remove
Because
all stools. I don't want no stool. Just get remove them.
whatever negatively thing that you can think about, not anything, but you know what I'm saying, just
Right.
general stuff, man. Put me there. And if you can still love me, then stay on in here and hang out. Well, I may not have done none of that stuff, but I don't need you coming over here thinking that I am something that you have created, this perfect person type of thing, because I'm not
Right.
by
Right.
far. But
Right.
the one thing I do believe in, and I do try to hold true to, and that is I do believe it is better to do right than be right.
Correct. And that's the motto I grew up in church. When I grew up in Kimberly Park Holiness Church, we had a motto. We said it's just nice to be
Be
nice,
nice. It
and
don't
it's just
cost you nothing.
right, and it's just right to do right. Simple as
Don't
that.
cost you nothing.
Exactly.
You want to say I'm wrong? Okay, I'm wrong. I ain't got no
Right.
problem with it. Do you want me to take that and put it over there? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I think Larry got a revelation yesterday. Oh, that
Do
thing
you?
hit him. Oh, you know why? Because when I told that dummy, if you expose this man, you expose yourself. Oh, that
Yeah,
thing hit that thing
yeah,
hit that
sir.
dude.
I think I'm telling you, I think that that's what curtailed him between what
Mm-hmm.
you said on yesterday and what William said. Because you said, okay, now you're going to expose Jordan, but the only way to expose Jordan is to expose you, because the only way you know what Jordan doing is if you over there doing it with it.
Yeah, you're going to have to talk about your character, what you were doing when you allowed it to happen. Because I've seen this pattern in Larry before, even with E. Dewey. When he tried to expose E. Dewey, Larry exposed himself. And what he didn't realize by coming out and exposing E. Dewey Smith, you just showed the world that you took financial money from him to keep quiet. You took money and went out in
That's
the
right.
public and kept saying nice
That's
things
right.
about the man,
That's
even
right.
though you knew something different. So you told the whole public, sir, that you knew one thing while you went out and did something else.
But listen. If you get a chance to talk with Jordan, ask him this. I do got a question. I'm confused about, right?
All right, let me write it down so I won't forget. Pen in hand, go.
So for the longest time, Larry had come out and say that Bishop had hired him to do marketing, to get him back into the public space, into the,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you find it interesting? I'm just curious because when the split happened, when the break happened, it had nothing to do with the fact that the contract agreement between the two had ended. They didn't talk about no contract, the business relationship ended or nothing. It was more of we got this mentor mentee relationship. It was very strong, it was very deep. And the fact that it has dissolved has caused us great joy, pain, and
Now
upset.
pause. Because in the beginning, that was the narrative. Larry came out and said, "Oh, the contract ended." If y'all
That's
remember,
right. He did.
he said, "Oh, the contract ended, and that's why we separated." Y'all remember? I'm just trying to tell you. But this is a man who say he don't never lie. Now, in the beginning, he said, "Oh, that's why he's gone his way, and I've gone my
You
way."
are right, Mad Church, because my question that came out of that was when contract? Because when you came out and introduced us to this man, you ain't said nothing about no business relationship. You said this man was your spiritual father.
Right? Absolutely, absolutely.
He's
It,
gone from a spiritual father to a client, and now the
right.
contract is ended. But y'all, if all it was an end of contract, what you exposing?
Exactly. Just like I told Bernard Jordan yesterday, I said, if Larry is supposed to save your reputation, he's doing a horrible job. If this supposed to be the idea to save your reputation, but I also told Bernard Jordan, dude, this is your fault. You created this monster.
You sure said he did it. You said he did it. You told him to his face. You created a monster.
And he definitely did so. You know, this whole working relationship foolishness. Now, as a black person living in America who is a follower of Jesus, let me just say this. The Christian Post has done nothing for years but do hit pieces on black preachers.
Oh, I
Listen,
didn't know that. Okay.
listen to me carefully. I am so sick of the Christian Post. I don't know what to do. Any person that reads and pays attention to the Christian Post, don't take my word for it. Just go watch the Christian Post for the next 2 or 3 months and watch how they report on issues with black preachers versus how they report on issues with white preachers. And you come back and tell me that they're putting us on an equal footing and they're being fair. It was the Christian Post that went after Bernard Jordan years ago. And they ruined and they did certain things to Bernard Jordan that he could never recover from. Okay.
And they
It
said
was
he was selling prophecy. They beat that. They put their foot on Jordan's neck. I
oh yeah.
remember Jordan back in the day, and he was flying high, and then all of a sudden, he was a false prophet. He was lying. He
They
was
don't do that to Joyce Meyer. They don't do that to Leroy Jenkins. They don't do that to Benny Hinn. They don't do that to Hank Cooterman. They don't do that to any of these white evangelicals. They specifically go after black preachers. If you don't believe me, go pay attention. Don't take my word for it. I read all of this stuff, y'all. I read it. And I'm trying to tell you, and I publicly have made statements about the Christian Post, and black preachers and people need to wake up and start paying attention. Their Jesus is not our Jesus. They have a different version of Jesus. I'm trying to tell these people, Jesus come with a gun and an American flag and a Bible. I don't know what kind of Jesus
got
this
the
is.
Constitution in it before the Ten Commandments, baby. Before you do the Ten Commandments, I'm gonna need you to follow, this here law first.
Charlie Kirk is a Christian to these people. I'm just saying.
Man, he was there. He was there, Martin Luther King, bro.
I don't see how, because Martin Luther King was nonviolent. Not Martin Luther King went into cities to help folks. What?
It's not our comparison, it's theirs.
Oh, ridiculous. And that's why you know what I did? I gave them all scriptures. I went through every scripture in the whole Bible to just show them what Charlie Kirk did and what the Bible said. And so it was diametrically opposed. Now you can try all you want to. And guess what happened? Not one single person argued with me in them comments or on that video, because all I did was talk Bible. You claim you're a Christian. Here's what the Bible says. This is what he did. Now you tell me how that defines him as being a Christian. Point blank and period. And SD Eaton, you need to reach out to me, sir. If you got to find my email, it's really easy. It's my first and last name at gmail.com. It's easy. And my name ain't Mad Church Disease, by the way.
No, this is Marcellus. This is Marcellus. Marcellus is his real name.
Yeah,
the name of the channel is Mad Church Disease.
Yeah.
And we interchange it at our, we'll call him Mad Church, we'll call him Marcellus,
So specifically, do you really want me to? What question do you want me to ask Bernard? Because I'm gonna call him tomorrow.
No, I really want to know. Like, did they have a business relationship?
Okay.
Like, when did that thing start? When did it end? Because, and I'm asking because it's been such a flip flop. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he only said it was a business thing after the word started flowing out that there was a falling out, and he was like, y'all, it's not a falling out, our business contract just ended. And then it was like, well, okay, when did it become a business contract? Because you didn't tell us nothing. You said this was your spiritual father,
Right.
All of this and stuff. Y'all are friends, y'all families are integrated. You sold it like you know this man personally, and we should believe you when you speak good about him, so we should be receptive of him.
Correct.
And if the only reason why you did that is because you got paid, then who is Bishop Bernard Jordan, and should, you know what I'm saying? Who have you put on us?
Well, then that goes to show you that the nature of their relationship really wasn't a mentor-mentee relationship. Then it was a business relationship.
And that's what I want to know.
So it was more transactional.
Right. Was it just transactional? And it went, because, Mad Church, sometimes you can start off with a business relationship. You all realize that you kind of like each other and kind of believe in the same thing. Woo, 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 woo.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe, hey, hey, okay, I learned that you really are good people. So hey, I can learn from you. And did it go, if it was started off business, did it go from business and turn and develop into the mentor mentee and then it went to the dogs? Or
But I'm gonna tell you this, Judge. I'm gonna answer your question, and then I'm gonna get to James Wesley Jr.'s question. Here's the thing: for those of us who followed Larry from way back in the day,
mm-hmm,
before there was a Larry Reed Live, before there was all of that, when Larry was still had button up Hawaiian shirts and was coming on looking real apostolic, from way back in the day, Larry wanted a mentor because Larry was broke and he was trying to get to Bernard Jordan. I mean, he was doing everything that he could do. He was sending up flares, Batman signals. He was doing whatever he could get Bernard Jordan's attention. When
okay,
he finally got Bernard Jordan's attention, all of a sudden, the Larry Reed that we had knew became this other guy, right?
mm-hmm,
And he
mm-hmm,
sort of morphed into this other stuff. And him saying that, oh, me and Bernard got together so that I could save his reputation.
mm-hmm.
Well, how do you save a man's reputation when your reputation is questionable and everybody is questioning you? So how then are you going to do that? So you bring him on your platform. Y'all raise money at least twice a month, and you raise a
Mm-hmm.
lot of money. Y'all raise a
Mm-hmm.
lot of money. Y'all ain't raising a little
Okay,
bit.
it ain't a lot, but when you got hundreds of thousands of people giving it to you, it turns into a nice little coin.
Absolutely. Keep in mind, we're in COVID. So everybody in the house and everybody's watching us all the time. So then
Mm-hmm.
Larry makes good, decent money that he's never made before in his life. And so it's like, okay, but I'm fine. But let's just be honest and keep it honest. You guys was in a business relationship. And when you saw that the money got funny and Bernard Jordan came out and told us flat out, well, Tasha Global came and told us flat out that it cost $50,000 that you have to give Bernard Jordan to even be mentored by him. He
Oh,
only he only takes,
what?
I think he only takes 6 people a year to be mentored. But either it's 50,000 or 250,000. Don't quote me. I don't even remember. But I think it ends up it's a significant amount of money. Just hear me. So you have to pay him to be mentored by him. Now I'll be honest with you. If I had the 50,000 and you're gonna take my 50,000 and make me have 30
I'm
million
in the
dollars like
room,
you did,
brother. I'm in the room. You gonna take my 50 and turn it into 30 million? I'm in the
listen
room.
here, listen here. I'll go be mentored. A
I'm in the
shaka
room.
shaka malaka shaka lama.
Hey, coming in a Hyundai. Coming in a Honda. Yes,
Shoot, are you kidding me? I'll take my 50,000 and you're gonna help me go make 30 million. Are you kidding? So I'm good with that. So as long he's getting but like what you said earlier, if it's not raping the people, if it's not stealing from the people,
right.
then I'm fine with it. But I did a 2-part video series where I showed y'all how they're making their money. I showed you how these people are getting rich and what they're doing. Now, James, to answer your question, during COVID, and see, this is the dangerous part of Daryl Moore, and this is why they had to shut Daryl Moore up at all costs. They were going in that private Patreon and telling people what stocks to buy. And the people would go out and buy the stock, and then they would turn around and sell their shares. And I forget the name of what that is. I think it's called
It's
front
not.
loading or some
It's
kind of, yeah,
yeah.
it
It's
has some
marketing
name.
part of a bigger understanding of calling it market manipulation, which is not
Right.
only wrong, it's a crime.
It's a crime. Exactly. So Daryl kept saying, hey, y'all, this is what they're doing. And Daryl was, I mean, he was ringing the alarm. Now they're doing this with Rosalind Weems. She's
Oh,
now in.
this is how she, okay. This is where she
Okay.
comes in with the stock.
Correct. Now,
Okay.
now she is a crook. She don't have license to the first.
Yeah,
She don't
she
have.
can't, she ain't got no, she not no financial advisor.
But here's the crooked thing that she did. Her boss was a financial advisor. So she was going to her boss and getting all of the information from her boss and running it into the Patreon and telling these people all of this stuff. And these people were making investments off of what she said. People lost thousands of dollars.
Because most of that information is on, that's like getting rich quick. That's like those shorts and loans and
Right.
puts that people don't understand. It
Th-
takes a skillful individual to understand that. And these people probably just was going in buying and not understanding how to get out, how to close, how to
Correct.
protect their money. And so when that thing went south, they come up losing everything, most likely, I'm sure.
And a lot of them did. Some of them emailed me. I know one lady emailed me. She lost $30,000. I was
Jesus,
told there was another lady who lost her entire life savings.
Jesus.
And so I'm just like, okay, you all. But I called Larry out on the carpet, and I think I even mentioned this to Bishop Bernard Jordan. I said, them people still haven't been made whole.
You
I said,
did mention it to him, and he brought up a car. He didn't say nothing about you. What you actually brought up, man, church. He brought up his response was about a car that Walter Reed said she was gonna buy for somebody and didn't buy it, and Larry Reed stepped up to the plate to buy the car. You say y'all ain't gonna do nothing about giving them fucking money back.
but that's called deflection. That's called deflection. He didn't want to deal with the reality of what they actually did to people. Now, you're supposed to be a Christian. Now, this is the thing. You're supposed to be a man of God, a prophet. Why wouldn't you go back and try to make these people whole and do right by these
Eddie
people?
Long did. Ephraim Taylor came, he let Ephraim Taylor come in that church
That's right.
and got them folks to put their life savings in his
Absolutely.
hand, and that man was a scammer and stole all them folks' money. And Bishop Eddie Long went to the board. Somebody filed a lawsuit, I think, and he met with the board, and they said it's right. We not only gonna make right with the person who sued us, we're gonna make right with everybody that got scammed,
Right. Right.
and they
Yeah.
did that. Yeah, he
And
did
but
that.
now that's the one thing that Eddie Long did that I definitely can say that, I mean, you got to give him credit for that. You know
Yeah,
what I
he
mean?
did
He definitely did that. But I just want to tell people, you got to be careful, and you got to weigh things in the balance. The one thing that Larry has always done over the years is try to keep my voice silent. When I walked away, because I used to be a very frequent caller in the Larry Reed's program. Did you see when I told Bernard? I said, Bernard, I bought your book even though you told Larry not to send it to me.
Listen, you said it, and he never really addressed it. So are you saying that Bernard Jordan on a live with
Mhm,
Larry told
mhm.
Larry not to give you his book written
That
copy?
is that is correct. He surely did it. He surely did it. He surely did it. And I tried to get him to understand, sir, it was around that the Lady Brown front running. Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew it was front something. Um Lady Brown, because Bernard had took a $25,000 check from Lady Brown. Her husband had just died. They were threatening to throw her out of the
That's
parsonage
right. I remember
that
that.
they lived in. So
Yes.
I got on the platform and I called Bernard Jordan and all of them out and said, give that woman back her money. I said, she is a widower. You had no business taking that money from her. Give her back her money. And I said, and by the way, Larry, because he was getting ready to have the prophetic conference. I was on my way to the prophetic conference. I was gonna go. And then Larry said, this was what got me in trouble, y'all. I'm just going to tell you, this is what got me in trouble. I told Bernard Jordan, the problem with you is you keep selling Jesus junk. That's what got me thrown into the fire. I say you keep selling people Jesus junk, and your Jesus junk is the reason why the church is in so much trouble. And he was so mad about that Jesus junk. But I'm sick of y'all in these trinkets. You got oil and cloths, and do y'all not know Bernard Jordan at one time was selling prophetic soap?
What?
Did you hear what I said? Prophetic soap.
What did she talk about? What did you talk about? Bad church?
That's why I told y'all don't know like I know. These people were selling soap on a rope. And then they get mad when you call them out and say, okay, dude, this is the stuff that has you guys in trouble. And this is why the public don't like what you all are doing. And you need to address these things with the public. Maybe apologize for them. And maybe say,
I
hey, I
think
made
I think that would be great. Acknowledge and tell the people, yes, we acknowledge what has been done in the past, and it was wrong. And,
right.
but the church, all we can say is it was wrong. We're not doing it anymore, and we're asking you guys to move forward with us.
Absolutely.
But the church
Absolutely.
is just tired, bro. This thing about just give your money to the Lord and don't worry about it, that's dead. Ain't
No,
nobody riding with
but
that
but
anymore.
but I just showed them on a video, y'all giving money to the Lord, but what's that dude over there at the Anwar Church? He stole
Mhm.
five hundred thousand dollars from Matthew Stevenson. You giving to the Lord, he done stole $500,000. And let's just give Matthew Stevenson some grace. How you gonna pay rent in lower Manhattan and somebody just stole $500,000 from you? How you gonna do that? How you gonna pay your bills?
And you know it.
Right.
It's not like he made it up and we trying to figure it out. Like, you know that this dude stole. Well, let me say this. We know about close to $500,000 came up missing at the church fund.
Right. Right.
For sure.
Gone. And he
For,
and he bought two vehicles back to back.
for sure.
When the Audi wasn't enough, he went out and bought a Yukon for $42,000.
God have mercy, bro.
I'm just saying. And then you all don't think Matthew Stevenson, he in there struggling to pay the rent. He can't pay the bills. I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but
When
it's
you
a whole,
losing members, you know that. So,
yeah.
you
It's
know,
it's it's a trip.
I don't know, man. I just think if people would stop with the game, stop with the manipulation, stop mistreating folks and flipping the script, man, preach Jesus. If we can we get back to just preaching Jesus for a little
But
bit?
but you
For,
gotta know him. But you gotta know him to preach him.
well, that's a fact.
Yeah, I don't think these people know him.
You
I
don't
don't think
think they know him, man, church? Like you
no.
know him, and then you got
Mm-mm.
caught up and led astray, read amok.
No, 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 no. I'm gonna just keep it real. I don't think Larry knows Jesus. I really don't. I think that Larry knew a version of Jesus that he learned as a young child. I don't think that Larry has really had an encounter with Christ that would make
A
him
true conversion
right,
experience.
that would make him pause on some of the behaviors and things that he says. Even on Mad Day, it would make me pause and say, hey, you know what? I want to approach this a little bit different. I don't want to go lamb blasting these people that way. You know what I mean? Larry's something else. And he keep hollering about, well, I'm a black man and you shouldn't do black men like this. Victor Cousins is a black man.
And you did him dirty. You exposed Victor to the fullest extent of the social media ability.
My left that man high and dry. I mean, that man having services at a Motel 6 where they keep the light on for you. I mean, he was doing the best he could. I'm just saying. And then you gonna holler about, oh, well, you shouldn't do a black man like. And I love how when they mess over people, they want to use the race card all the time. Black people got to stop. Well, we all black and we should just blacken it black. You wasn't saying all of that before, Ninja. You didn't
But
care
you
nothing
know,
about
I
black
find
people.
that real interesting, man, church, because they want us to rise up and be willing to give our whole lives to fight against the white man and what he doing to the black community. But then when you go to say something about these black male ninjas that's
Right.
doing that and more to the black community, we're supposed to act like we don't see that.
Absolutely. And
Umar Johnson's.
right. But that's what we have to do as people. We address our stuff in house and we have to be willing to call truth to power.
No, but they don't want us to do that, man, church. You're not
Oh,
supposed to say nothing about the black scammer. You're
mm-mm.
not supposed to say nothing about the folks that's using black power and black love to scam their own people out of money. We're not supposed
Well,
to say something about that now. We're just supposed to preach about the white evangelical.
well, Umar Johnson has been trying to build this school for as long as Marvin Winans has been trying to build this church. Now, I want to show you both sides of this. You got a man in the world trying to build a school. You got a man in the church that's trying to build a church. He's been building this church for 20 years. 20 years. He's raising millions and millions of dollars.
Billions of dollars.
And he still will not come to grips with the fact that he can't finish this project because first of all, he don't have that large of a church or congregation.
Yeah, that's right. That's
And
right.
he's
Not
and he's
anymore. Not
right.
anymore. Yeah.
and they're willing to just, they won't admit failure, because if you admit that you can't do it, then because you done told everybody God told you to do this, then God looks like a failure and your heart's going to be broken, and you don't want to just admit that you failed. It's okay to say, you know what, guys, I missed it. I
Hey,
made a
man, look,
mistake.
I don't even want to say he failed. This is what I want to say. The Lord decided to let somebody else complete it. You started it.
Right.
God gave you the vision, and through the
Right.
vision, He got you to get it started. It just ain't in. You're not the one who's gonna finish.
Right.
That's all. That's it.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And maybe when the next pastor come through, instead of a sanctuary, he may see a community center. He may see a drug rehab rehabilitation center. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
But wait a minute, because I always ask this question. It's in the scripture. The Bible says we're supposed to take care of the widows and the orphans. Where are our orphanages?
We
Where
ain't got.
where
We ain't got. We ain't got.
you know what I'm
Oprah
saying?
is Oprah is building them in Africa.
It's in the Bible. I swear it is, y'all.
They're gonna have to go to Africa
Mm.
if they
Oh,
want. If the widows and the orphans
mm.
need some help, we gonna have to get them. And I don't know how they're gonna get there because we can't put them on the plane.
Mm. Well, Bernard Jordan admitted that he's been having some mental health issues. And I think as you get older in life and you realize that you're struggling in certain areas mentally, and then to have to come across a mentee like Larry Reed, that would have to send you into a mental spiral. Coming into the twilight years of your life and then running across someone like this. Deborah Jordan, Daryl told me that today when he talked to Bernard and his wife, they were in such shock that they didn't know that a lot of these things were transpiring. So they say anyway.
Mm.
And they were disappointed because they said they had no idea that Larry was doing all of these things, because he shielded them very well from his online activity. And
How
I
they
said,
killed him when he was out on the public sphere with his live YouTubes? I'm just saying now. I'm not saying every detail he gave us. I'm
right.
sure that a lot of that stuff was in Patreon and whatnot. But he said enough out
Yeah.
in the open sphere that if you watching and listening, I mean, we all saw it and heard it, man. Church.
Well, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, church people. Well, let me speak for myself. I was okay with being naive when my pastor was doing a lot of stuff, and people around
Okay.
me was doing. I felt more comfortable not knowing something. But here was my problem. I worked in leadership. And you know darn well when you work in leadership, you're privy to everything. You
Yeah.
can't just turn a blind eye to everything, because the people are gonna start looking at you and
It's
questioning
you.
you. Right. So I was like, okay, that ain't gonna work. I better change this strategy quick.
I ain't not lying. That is a fact.
So I understand. Bernard Jordan and them bury their head in the sand, because if I don't see no evil, hear no evil, I'm
Maybe
not
they
responsible.
intentionally, maybe they intentionally listen because it gives you plausible deniability.
Yes, absolutely. Now that's way more eloquent than I could have said. Yeah. Now you are absolutely correct.
You know how they tell the president, you don't want to know, Mr. President, because it
Hmm.
gives you, you know, the ability to say you don't know.
Right. Well, and we're facing some tough stuff today. I was listening to the Supreme Court today. I don't know if you all were paying attention. Lord, we're in trouble.
Oh, baby.
We're
It's
in
gonna
trouble.
be rough. This gonna be a rough ride here a little bit. And I'm gonna tell you something. That's what I tell people all the time. I say, listen now, as a judge, I can't say too much, but I'm not saying stuff as it relates to, ooh, this party is better than another party.
Right.
They both got problems.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing for both parties, everybody involved on every level, I don't care how you feel like you got where you are, to some degree. And God said, render unto Caesar what belongs to him and give me what belongs to me. But still, the people picked the kings that they wanted once the Lord allowed them to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever that king brought you, hey, God let you ate it for a little bit anyway.
Oh yeah, because you asked for it.
Because you asked for it. As he was telling you, this ain't the king you want. And so I know we're gonna have to ride a little bit, but I say this for both sides. I don't care who in that White House. The very day you forget to take care of God's people, and in particular, the least of these, our
Hmm.
children, our poor, our widows, and our elderly. The minute you say their lives don't matter, this country is on its way down.
And I'm gonna add one to it because the Bible says we're also supposed to take care of the stranger. That's the immigrant.
What strength? What? That's the immigrant.
That's the immigrant. I'm sorry to say, but that is true,
Ooh,
y'all.
and be careful how you treat them because you might just be entertaining an angel unaware.
That's Bible. That's just flat out Bible. Flat out Bible.
And it's hypocritical to some extent, right? I don't think we should have just open borders where everybody just come in how they want to and when they want to. So that's on the Democratic side. I'm not saying that that's beneficial for us as a
Right.
nation, right?
I
But,
got you.
but at the same time, you can't mistreat folk. If they don't belong here, send them on, but give them due process and let's handle it in a humane way. Even if you feel like they came in the wrong way, you can't treat them like they animals, man.
But that's what Jesus told us. Let,
They
let, let
still
me let
God's people, God's creation, and some of them are actually His children. They
listen.
are born again believers.
Jesus told us, he said, y'all got these commandments. He said, but I'm going to leave two with you. He said, if you get these two right, it's going to take care of the rest. Jesus said, you're supposed to love God with your whole heart, mind, and soul and your body. And he said, you're supposed to treat your neighbor as you treat yourself. So my question is, if you're treating an immigrant or a stranger a certain way, would you treat yourself that way?
Is it okay for the troops to come in and snatch your baby out your arm? Because if the answer is no, I'm gonna need you to treat them a little bit better.
Yeah, cause and then even as I'm getting older, I have to be honest. I just turned 50. Let me tell you something. I'm changing. I know that's still a baby. I get it.
What
I know.
is you saying?
I know. Listen, I told everybody I'm trying to live the rest of my life trying to treat other people the way that I would treat myself.
Absolutely.
I'm being honest. I'm not being mean. I'm not being hateful. I'm a truth teller, and I call balls and strikes, and I, if you got an issue, I will always hash it out with you. I will never try to, do it. Like I told you tonight, if you disagree, if you come on here tomorrow and be like, man, church, you was wrong. You know what I'm gonna do? Listen, I'm gonna sit over here. I'm gonna be like, okay, let me go on and listen to what I done messed up.
Me too, man. I'm like that. If somebody say, "Hey, Judge, I don't agree with that," I'm like, "Okay, I don't got no problem." Especially if it's scripture. Hey, man, if you think I'm wrong, show me. Like you want, like they asked me to give them scripture, I gave it to them and gave the explanation. I don't have no problem because I want to make sure that what I am teaching and preaching is rooted and grounded in the Word of God, and I do not. Baby, I don't want to lead nobody astray because I believe what I believe. And if I'm leading
Right,
you wrong, I'm leading myself. So if I'm wrong, show me. Just show me in the scriptures where to go. I'm going to read it. And if it's wrong, I'm gonna come back and tell y'all I was wrong.
right,
This is a better way. So we can all get to where we're trying to go, which I hope is to see our creator.
right. And I agree. I 1000% agree. And I think it's okay for us, like Sean Talk said in the chat, to agree to disagree, and it's okay for
Yeah.
us to
And you ain't got to
disagree.
be nasty and dirty. You know, that's what I
Right.
say in my housekeeping. Man, we going to talk. You ain't got to agree with nothing we say over here. But we not calling folks out their name. We not getting personal, let folk calling person. You ain't got to do all that because we got a difference of opinion.
And I'm getting better with that. I have to be honest. I'm trying, y'all. Y'all pray my strength in the Lord. Because I'm trying not to, really, I don't want to
Hey,
go there
man,
anymore.
sir, it took me a minute now. I'm not going to, as God is my witness, I'm not going to say it's easy, but I stand on it because I know the fight to get here. And this is way better than where I was. Because somebody would say something and it would just be the stupidest thing in the world that would irritate me and get me all warm. But you know what I learned? Sometimes when folks say that stupid stuff, I will say with them, I've done this, started doing it. Say, okay, it's a good point. But let me ask you this. And usually the question I ask is going to be the flip side. And when you flip it and give them time to process, they can see, oh, that's a good point. I never thought about it like that. But all I want you
Mhm.
to do is think about looking at things a different way. They're more perspective than the one you're holding.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
now, sometimes when you talk crazy, the folk push it. And I tell everybody now, don't push me too fast or too hard now. Don't do that.
Yeah, and that's why you got to have good people around you. Let me tell you something. Dawson Speaks is my brother from another mother. That man called me. He didn't ask me for no money. He didn't ask me for anything. He didn't even come up on my platform for clout or anything. You know what he did? He said, Marcellus, I need to have a conversation with you about your energy and your peace. And I said, okay, let's sit down and let's have that conversation. And that's what we did. And then right behind him came Tasha Global. I said, Lord, you really are talking to me. I said, okay, I gotta slow down. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. And that's why people don't know. When I said I'm going to my own stuff, it had nothing to do with other people. I gotta protect my peace.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Mad Church, thank you so much. I appreciate the time. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
the willingness to come up and express yourself. Hey, St. James, I don't know if you still here. I'm extending the same opportunity to you. I would love to know your side because all of this didn't have nothing to do with you and Mad Church, but somehow y'all got pulled into it. And I'm gonna say this and help everybody on the way out. I had some young ladies that was having a little beef with each other. And in talking with them, they both said something that caught my attention. One of the young ladies said, "Well, the friends that I had were telling me that she was getting ready to fight me." And the other girl said, "Well, the friends in my class was telling me that you were preparing to fight me." And I said, "I'm gonna take what both of y'all said as true."
Right.
I said, and this is the difference between young folks and old folks. At a certain age, wisdom kick in, and we can catch this. Young people have a hard time. It sounds like to me that your surroundings, the people surrounding you,
Mm-hmm.
wanted y'all to fight, and they decided to egg on the fight by both sides telling y'all the other one was the one preparing to fight when neither one of y'all had fighting on your mind. But you got boosted up and let them folks plant those seeds in your ear, and then
Right.
when y'all saw each other, a fight broke out. Not because you two wanted to fight each other, but because of what y'all allowed people to sow in your ear, to
Right.
go down in your heart, and to fester in your mind, and your thoughts brought about this action. Let me tell you something. Be careful who you got around you.
Oh yeah. Oh, trust
Be
me.
careful who you listening to.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna tell y'all the story because this year it's been real rough for me. But I'm gonna tell y'all, you are 1,000% correct, and I think the timing of all of that with St. James and I, it gave the appearance of certain things,
Mm-hmm.
and those things weren't the way that some people were taking them. And
Absolutely.
like you said, they were
Absolutely.
leaving. St. James. I don't think I've ever even told St. James. Then people was leaving me all kinds of. Well, I think I did tell him. They were leaving me all kind of nasty messages, and I was like, "Dude, you better say something to these people." And then and he was like,
I
"I ain't gonna
heard
say."
you. I heard you say that, and you know what it reminded me of? I don't know if you watch this YouTube guy. His name is Funky Dineva.
One of my friends, Brenda, she loves that dude. I don't
Listen,
know. She is in
it
love
was
with
the
that dude.
same situation he had with Tamar Braxton. Him and Tamar went out to celebrate his birthday. The next morning, Tamar said she woke up in a pool of blood and didn't have no teeth.
Oh
And
my goodness.
and everybody started thinking, "Fuck it, what you do to Tamar?"
Oh
Because
my Lord.
the
Mm.
last pictures and everything we see is of them two partying the night before. So it's like, dude, what you doing?
Oh wow.
Tamar. So it gets big, Mad Church. I mean, it becomes a they is talking about it on the shade room and everywhere
Hmm.
about what this
Hmm.
man did to Tamar. He reaches out to Tamar and say, "Hey sis, you see how they dragging me, right? Could you say something so these folks know I didn't do nothing to you?"
Right.
and she wouldn't say nothing.
Wow. So everybody think he beat her up and left her in a pool of blood.
And left her in a pool blood or did
Wow.
something that led to her doing it. He finally came out and said something and corrected it and told her that either she makes a post correcting it and making sure that people know the truth. Don't have folks out here saying thinking I did something to you that I did not do. I got some stuff and he said, and you know I got it. And
Well,
I'm gonna drop
now
it.
I want to know what happened to her.
We
Do you know
don't
what happened
know.
to her?
She
Oh,
has yet to come out and say what happened to her.
oh man. Okay.
She put that post up on social media on Instagram, and she called Funky the next morning and asked Funky for Dr. Heavenly Kynes, the dentist out in Atlanta, phone number.
Wow. So she never said nobody knows what happened to this
When
woman?
she came back on the social media, she came back like it didn't even happen. We still don't know what's supposed to happen, who she was with, or what had happened. We still don't know.
All
And
right.
then
Well,
they said, "Oh no, we do know." Mad Church, I just forgot. It came out that it wasn't even real. She was trying to drop a new song, a new album, and it was a stunt to get attention for her new release of her music.
so she still had her teeth and wasn't in a pool of blood?
Was not.
Oh my lord. Now see, that's when I can't be friends with you no more. That kind of
You
stuff
let
right
them
there.
drag that boy. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
they
I'm out.
drug. Ooh, baby, they drug him to hell.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I never want to see you again in life after some stuff like that. Oh, I'm out.
So when you said that you had reached out and asked St. James, look, brother, I ain't saying say nothing, but just let people know we ain't got no beef.
Right.
And he said he wouldn't do it. That's where my mind went to. I'm like, okay, now wait a minute. Now, St. James, hold on. Don't be a Tamar.
Well, I don't want any. He may have had his reasons for not wanting to say anything because he's never come back and said anything to me. So there's been a communication gap or brokenness there. I don't know what happened because we used to chat back and forth all the time, and then all of a sudden, when all of this stuff with Bernard Jordan showed up, it just became to be, oh, Marcellus hate, is upset because of Bernard Jordan when Bernard Jordan had nothing to do with our situation. It just was kind of like a vortex of how everything starts piling on at the same time. And I
I
think
would
that's
think the only person that would be mad about that would be Larry. And the only reason why I think he would be mad is because one, he's always felt like St. James had an issue with him. So it was like, how dare you go on that blogger's platform?
well, I think they're just jealous of St. James, if you want to know the truth. But I don't think it has anything to do with Bernard Jordan. Let me tell you why I think they're jealous. St. James is a professional. He works in corporate America. He has a set of skills that none of those folks over there have. Most of those people could not find their way out of a paper bag if you wrote the instructions on the inside. They're jealous of St. James because of he makes money. He has his own money. He doesn't have to, you know what I mean? He
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have to play, he doesn't have to play the game. And
yeah.
I think that's the true essence of their jealousy. Now, I think the Bernard Jordan aspect of it is the like the straw that broke the camel's back because Larry thought he was going to be able to control Bernard by saying, I don't want to have anything to do with you, as if Bernard was going to come back begging to have something to do. So you know what Bernard did? He picked up his leather Louis Vuitton bag and went over to the safe platform and was
Just
like,
turned right on
right,
You
I
just
don't
walk
need
right on
you.
across the street, bad church.
Like,
But
I'll
it's
go.
like going to a dealership and they don't want to give you the right price. I'm gonna go over here. I know they're gonna sell it to me. They're gonna sell it to me for the low low. Thank you,
Right.
sir. And he just went right on.
He picked up that Louis Vuitton and was like, I'm out of here. Peace out, player.
Well, this is what I want them to do. They've been talking in private. I want them to stay talking in private. And whoever brought this out took it out of the private space and brought it out here in the public space. Shame on you. Don't do that. If you are paying a fee to go into people's Patreon or their members only, whatever the form is, it is to build a particular community. If this ain't your community, don't come. And it's not for you to dip over in here and hear the private conversation and then record it or whatever y'all do, and bring it out on a public platform. Whoever did that, shame on you. Y'all don't do that.
Right. I agree. Well, I appreciate you letting me come up. Thank you to the mods in the chat and all the people in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for rocking with the Mad Church Disease channel. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to become even better day by day. I'm not perfect. I'm gonna have my days. The whole reason, and I'm honest, the whole reason why I created my private live is so I could cuss. I ain't even want to offend the saints. I only created that private live so I could lay it down in that private. You know
And
what
you
I
should
mean?
be able to do that. If you have
Right.
created a private space and you're inviting people, the fact that it's a feed, y'all, let you know it's just us. So when people are over in just like if you said something in there, it's private. You would not want anybody to take what you said and then plaster it all over, public social media. So
Absolutely.
respect people's private spaces. And if you can't, just stay out of them. Wait till they come out on the public platform and then listening.
Well, my 4.99 is a cussing fee. It's the 4.99 membership for the
We
cussing
cussing
fee.
over here.
Y'all pray my strength. Because listen, that's the only place where I can feel comfortable enough to do it because I don't want to offend the saints. I'd be like, okay, now, out here in the public, I'm gonna be nice, but behind this thing, I'm gonna lay y'all suckers out. Good night, y'all. I love and appreciate y'all. Thank
God
you so
bless you,
much.
man, church. Thank you
You're
so much,
welcome.
brother, for coming. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. Good night, y'all.
Bye bye. All right, y'all. We have been here longer than longer, and I stayed because more people started coming in. The chat was live, the conversation was good. And while I had Mad Church, I wanted to ask him, St. James, if you are around or you come into the live, please, brother, come on in. I don't want no beef between y'all. And Mad Church says there ain't no beef between y'all, and I want to keep it that way. But I want to be fair. And if you want an opportunity to speak and share your side and express yourself, know that you are welcome. You are a prelate, the bishop. You welcome, brother. And I'm gonna come back on. Like I said, if it's not too late when I get out of court tomorrow, I'll come back and we'll do the live tomorrow and continue to talk. If not, it will be Friday. Will it be Friday? Yeah, it'll be Friday because our team plays out of town and the band is not going. So that's going to alleviate me on a Friday night. Friday night high school football, my son plays in the band, so I'm a band mom, okay? Nobody called me. Nobody called you. Lord have mercy. Well, listen, it's a long meeting. We've been here 4 hours, guys. 4 hours. And God in heaven knows I had no intention on being here this long. If there is anybody in here or you know anybody who can help Judge T break this down, cut this up like the video, I don't know how to do that. Splice it and cut it up so that you don't have to try to sit and watch this for 4 hours. It never was meant to be a 4 hour live, but it's been a good time, y'all. I hope y'all have enjoyed yourself so much because God in heaven knows I have enjoyed it. I hope y'all think the education piece and the commentary was solid, and I hope y'all enjoyed yourself because that's what I try to do is make sure that by the end of the time y'all leave the live, you would have had an opportunity to laugh, chuckle, or something just to feel a little bit better in case you had a heavy day. That's what I try to do. Okay. Agmatic said, a huge thank you to all the teachers in the chat on this night. Yeah, baby. It was wonderful. Finer women. That's what I'm talking about. Look at my friend. Talk to me. Yeah, I know. Finer women. I got it. Yes, sir. All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go to bed because God in heaven knows I got to go. And I got to get up in like 4 hours, guys. So y'all have a good night. Don't worry about it. I had a blast. I'm not upset about none of it. I had a wonderful time. I appreciate y'all patience. I appreciate y'all engagement and being willing to hang in there and hang out with me. Okay. We will be back either tomorrow or Friday. I'll see you this week now. We coming back. We're gonna pick up and we're going to keep the conversation and the discussion going because I got something else to talk to you about. I don't even know if y'all heard about this or know about this, but this is interesting. and I want to discuss it. And I think that as a church, it's gonna make for a good conversation. Okay. In addition to, let's see what else has been said, because I know that St. James came on live today. I did not get a chance to completely watch his live. I don't really know what he's saying or what he's addressing. So I want to see that, and there may be something else that comes out. We just never know. But I do want to know, did Bishop Jordan and Larry Reed have a business agreement? When did it start? When did it end? What was he supposed to do in helping Bishop Jordan? And once he helped Bishop Jordan, got his name back out there, get his status back up, right? Is that when it turned from business from business to personal? I just got a lot of questions now. And I know he may not be interested in talking to me. I'm a female blogger. Have you seen him on a female blog show? Vlog show? This was a great live. I will run it back and catch the beginning. Thank you, Your Honor. Good night. Good night, Deanne. I'm so glad y'all enjoyed it. I'm going to let y'all go. Y'all have a blessed night, y'all, and we'll see you tomorrow or Friday. If something happens, because y'all know I have stuff, and I'm not going to be able to come, go to the community page. I will put a post up and let you guys know what's happening if it's not going to happen. Because between tomorrow and Friday, though, there should be some free time that comes up that will allow me to do the live. Okay. I want y'all to have a wonderful night. God bless your people. Allow them to lay down and have a complete rest. Their minds would rest, that they would wake in the morning refreshed and ready to tackle the day, knowing that if you be for them, who can be against them? In Jesus' name, God, we thank you. Amen. All right, y'all, have a wonderful night. And to the extent this channel is a success, y'all know it's all because of you. Thank y'all so much. I couldn't do it without you. I love you. Good night. Bye-bye, y'all. We'll see you next time, okay? Bye-bye. Glad to be back in the pulpit. Oh, just because we ran long. Also, when we come back, I had a question. Y'all remember when I started talking about astrology and whatnot, what's her name? Hello World asked if I would post the scriptures that supported my belief that no, we cannot participate in divination, seeking stars and soothsayers and things like that for direction for our life, because we lean and depend on Jesus. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not to thy own understanding. He'll direct our paths, right? But if you happen to just, I'm going to look at the horoscope today, no big deal. Laugh at it, chuckle, or whatever. You're not going to hell about that. I provided the scriptures. In providing those scriptures, we had a question in the comment that said, if you say that we cannot seek the stars for direction, it's considered divination, then what about Genesis 1:14 that talks about God created the stars, the moon, the sun, astrology to be assigned in the earth? We're going to talk about it. I love it. Keep the questions coming, y'all. I absolutely love it. Let me just say, I'm a student 100%. And baby, when y'all start asking me questions and we're going to have some conversations about the Bible, like really do some studying, some learning, baby. Hey, your YouTube pastor get excited. You hear me? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to answer that question. So spread the word. Let everybody know we're coming back and we're going to answer that question. So please, text somebody, tag somebody, hit the like button, hit the share button, y'all. If this is your first time being here, I hope you enjoyed yourself enough that you would hit the subscribe button and the bell. That's how you get the notification. If your notification's been running slow or not at all, I'm being told, unsubscribe. But go ahead on, hit the unsubscribe and then subscribe back and hit the bell, and that should fix the notification issue. Okay? That's what I'm being told. All right. Look at I Am Human first. Look at her being smart with her YouTube pad. I want to get some sleep. Go to sleep. Scared I'm gonna say something, you gonna miss it. Just, just like a little baby. Can you? I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm sleepy. But I don't want to go to sleep. I'm sleepy. I'm not going. I'm gonna miss something. Go to sleep. I'm out of here. Good night. Bye bye. Coffee said, the only stars I remember is the one wise man follow. Yeah, but it talks about the moons and the stars and everything being up there, you know. But we're gonna get clarity. We're gonna get clarity. Y'all be blessed. No worries. We're gonna get clarity when we come back. Not this morning. Good night, y'all. Love y'all. Bye-bye.